잠시 안내 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 후 서울 기후에너지회의 2025 행사가 시작이 될 예정입니다. 장내에 계신 참가자분들께서는 자리에 착석해 주시길 바랍니다. 먼저 본 행사는 페이퍼리스로 진행이 됩니다. 앞쪽에 스크린에 보이는 QR코드를 스캔하셔서 행사 발표 자료를 내려받으실 수 있는 페이지로 이동을 하게 됩니다. 먼저 사전 등록해 주신 분들께서는 다운로드 링크를 문자로 보내드렸으니까요. 참고해 주시기 바랍니다. 더불어 본 행사의 취지를 살려 일회용품 사용으로 인해 야기되는 기후변화의 심각성을 함께 되새기고자 본 행사장에서는 다회용 컵을 사용하고 있습니다. 회의 참가 중에는 1인 1컵을 되도록 사용해 주시고 회의 종료 후 귀가 시 반납해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 더불어 원활한 행사 진행을 위해서 핸드폰은 무음이나 진동 모드로 변경해 주시면 고맙겠습니다. 자리에 배치된 통역기를 이용해 주시면 되겠고요. 채널 1번은 한국어, 채널 2번은 영어로 설정해 있으니까요. 통역이 필요하신 분들께서는 이용해 참고해 주시길 바랍니다. 그럼 잠시 후 본 행사를 준비되는 대로 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 네, 잠시 후 서울 기후 에너지 회의 2025 행사가 시작이 될 예정입니다. 장내에 계신 참가자분들께서는 행사장 안으로 입장하시고 자리에 착석을 부탁드리겠습니다. 본 행사는 페이퍼리스로 진행이 됩니다. 앞쪽 스크린에 보이는 QR코드를 스캔하셔서 행사 발표 자료를 내려받으실 수 있는 페이지로 이동하게 됩니다. 사전 등록해 주신 분들께서는 다운로드 링크를 문자로 보내드렸으니까요. 참고해 주시기 바랍니다. 또한 본 행사의 취지를 살려 일회용품 사용으로 인해 야기되는 기후변화의 심각성을 함께 되새기고자 본 행사장에서는 다회용 컵을 사용하고 있습니다. 회의 참가 중에는 1인 1컵을 사용해 주시고 회의 종료 후에는 귀가시 반납해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 더불어 원활한 행사 진행을 위해서 핸드폰은 무음이나 진동 모드로 변경해 주시길 부탁드립니다. 그리고 통역이 필요하신 분들께서는 자리에 배치된 통역기에 채널 1번은 한국어, 채널 2번은 영어로 통역 중에 있으니까요. 이용에 참고를 부탁드리겠습니다. 그럼 잠시 후 본 행사를 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 안녕하십니까? 기후와 에너지의 미래를 향한 국제적 협력의 장 서울 기후 에너지 회의 2025에 참석해 주신 모든 내외빈 여러분께 진심으로 환영의 인사를 드립니다. 먼저 인사드리겠습니다. 저는 오늘 뜻깊은 행사의 진행을 맡게 된 아나운서 박민영입니다. 반갑습니다. 따뜻한 화답 감사드립니다. 오늘 이 자리는 연구자와 기후 전문가, 언론인, 빅테크 기업 관계자, 시민사회 등 다양한 분야의 전문가들이 한자리에 모여 AI 시대의 기후위기 대응의 기회와 위험을 깊이 있게 논의하는 뜻깊은 자리입니다. 최근 AI 기술의 비약적 발전과 디지털 혁신은 기후 대응의 새로운 가능성과 동시에 복합적 도전이 되고 있습니다. AI 기술은 기후 예측, 에너지 효율화, 환경 모니터링 등 혁신적인 기여를 하고 있지만 동시에 AI를 통한 허위 조작 정보의 확산의 위험성도 증가하고 있습니다. 이는 기후 정책의 신뢰성 훼손, 사회적 혼란의 야기, 그리고 글로벌 기후 목표 달성을 저해합니다. 세계 경제 포럼에서 발표된 2025 세계 위험 보고서에 따르면 허위 조작 정보는 단기적으로 가장 큰 위험 요소 1위로 장기적으로 주요 위험으로 지목되었습니다. 국제사회는 이러한 위험을 완화하기 위해서 기후 정보의 무결성을 확보하고 허위 조작 정보 확산을 방지할 수 있는 다양한 정책적, 기술적 이니셔티브를 추진하고 있습니다. CESS 2025에서는 기후위기 시대, AI가 열어갈 새로운 세계, 희망인가 위험인가를 주제로 AI 기술 활용의 기회와 리스크를 균형 있게 논의하고자 합니다. 특히 기후 허위 조작 정보의 현황과 경제, 정치, 사회적인 영향, AI를 활용한 올바른 기후 정보 확산의 방안과 저탄소 산업화를 위한 기술과 정책을 다룰 예정입니다. CESS 2025는 연구자와 기후 전문가, 언론인, 빅테크 기업 관계자, 시민사회 등 다양한 분야의 전문가들이 한자리에 모여서 실질적인 해법과 향후 방향성을 모색하는 중요한 기후가 될 것으로 기대가 됩니다. AI와 불안정한 정세 속 기후 정보의 신뢰성을 강화하고 2050 탄소 중립 사회 모두를 위한 이 모두의 노력을 지속하기 위해서 국제 협력과 기술 혁신의 토대를 함께 마련하고자 합니다. 본 행사는 CESS 서울 기후 에너지 회의 대회위원회 주최로 경제신문 eToday와 재단법인 기후변화센터가 주관하며 기획재정부, 과학기술정보통신부, 외교부, 산업통상자원부, 환경부, 국토교통부, 중소벤처기업부, 서울특별시 그리고 기상청에서 후원하고 계십니다. 모쪼록 이렇게 뜻깊은 행사에 여러분들께서 끝까지 많은 관심과 참여를 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그럼 먼저 행사 시작에 앞서서 오늘 자리를 빛내주시기 위해 참석해주신 내빈분들을 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. 호명되신 분들께서는 자리에 일어나셔서 인사해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 여러분께서는 따뜻한 박수로 환영해주시기 바랍니다. 먼저 안세창 환경부 기후탄소 실장님께서 참석해 주셨습니다. 여러분 뜨거운 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 환영합니다. 다음은 유승관 환경부 대변인님께서 걸음해 주셨습니다. 어서 오십시오. 감사합니다. 다음은 이태식 한국과학기술단체 총연합회 회장님께서 걸음해 주셨습니다. 반갑습니다. 다음은 신부남 한국에너지공단 기후대응 이사님께서 참석해 주셨습니다. 반갑습니다. 다음은 김동식 K웨더 대표이사님께서 자리하고 계십니다. 네, 어서 오십시오. 다음은 조석준 전 기상청장님께서 자리해 주셨습니다. 반갑습니다. 이어서 제1회의의 좌장을 진행해 주실 분이시죠. 이숙종 성균관대학교 국정전문대학원 특임 교수님께서 함께하고 계십니다. 반갑습니다. 다음은 노비쿠르니아 가자마다 대학교 부교수 및 수석 연구원님께서 참석해 주셨습니다. Please welcome Dr. Novikurnia. 다음은 다니엘 카스트로 정보기술혁신재단 부소장 및 데이터혁신센터 소장님께서 참석을 해주셨습니다. 반갑습니다. 다음은 제2회의의 좌장을 진행해 주실 분이시죠. 김진형 카이스트 전산학부 명예교수님께서 걸음해 주셨습니다. 환영합니다. 다음은 진민정 한국언론진흥재단 미디어연구센터 책임연구위원님께서 참석해 주셨습니다. 반갑습니다. 다음은 이재걸 한국전력공사 전력연구원 전력계통연구소의 계통해석팀장님께서 함께해 주고 계시죠. 네, 반갑습니다. 다음은 포럼의 주최기관인 CESS 대회 위원장이십니다. 길정우 CESS 대회 위원.
And also, as the co-host of today's forum, we have a chairman from the eToday, the leading economic outlet. We have also a special guest here with us from the Seoul Metropolitan Government. Mayor Oh Se-hoon is here with us. Please give him a big hand. Thank you very much. As the keynote speaker, we have Somya Josh, Head of Division, Global Agendas, Climate and Systems from Stockholm Environment Institute. But actually, she is not here in person, but will be joining us online. So we can see such a heated interest about climate and energy, and thank you all for joining today's forum. And we will now go into the main program due to our limited time. But I want to thank all the participants once again for coming to today's summit. Now to start today's forum, we have Chairman Kim Jong-woo of the CESS Organizing Committee to deliver his greetings. Please welcome Chairman Kim Jong-woo with a big hand.
여기 저 외교사절단들이 여러분들이 와 계시는데
We're joined by foreign delegation present today.
중앙 외교사절단을 대표해서
On behalf of the Korean delegation, I would like to introduce the Italian ambassador who's here today, Ms. Emilia Gatto. Her honesty has joined us.
다른 외교사절단도 계시는데
We're also joined by other foreign delegation. I'm so sorry that I won't be able to address all our visitors, but I do welcome all visitors. I know that you have extremely busy schedule. Many officials from the Korean government, you are here with us.
잘 이해하고
I believe you understand the meaning of today's event, and I would like to extend my special appreciation to Seoul Mayor Oh Se-hoon. This meeting was launched back 8 years ago. eToday has been committed to climate change with the joint collaboration with the Climate Center of Korea. There are many different subtopics and issues that we have addressed together. However, despite such efforts, as you are all well aware, if you look at the two topics, which are climate change and energy transition, they're closely correlated, and these two are the ones that's going to provide us with the way to survive for humanity. But we haven't found the right solution yet. That is why, by utilizing today's opportunity, we want to see how we can get assistance
도움이 된다면
or
얼마나
help from the artificial intelligence. To what extent and degree can we get help from AI? Or would it only be a headache or peril for what we would like to achieve? I personally believe that AI is not value agnostic. We have to review and have in-depth discussions about the direction of utilizing AI. We have to look at the power structure and the values that we have, and those values are going to be included in AI. If we do not rightfully use AI, I believe that polarity is going to be even more serious. And if you look at the AI infrastructure that runs artificial intelligence, it consumes lots of energy, and I am not so sure whether how helpful this technology is when it comes to addressing climate change. That is why today we shouldn't limit the scope of discussion to technical aspects.
그 많은 심각한 문제에 대한
At this event,
정답을 찾는 자리는 아닐 것 같습니다.
we wouldn't be able
이
to
커다란
come up
문제를
with the solution
저희들이 접근하는데
today.
용기 있는 질문,
This is an occasion where we throw brave questions and honest questions
그리고 그
as we
질문에 대한
attempt to
답변은
find solutions for
저희
humanity.
모두가 함께 실천을 하면서
And
하나씩
the answers to the questions are going to be verified by all of us.
전문성과 더불어서
Each and every participant who's here today, your professionalism, concerns, vision, and your great hope are greatly needed in our discussion. Thank you.
네, 길정우 위원장님께서 좋은 말씀 해주셨습니다.
Thank you for your
오늘 프로그램의
greetings,
운을
Chairman
나누는 데 있어서
Kim
고민해봐야 할
Jong-un.
오늘
He
논의사항
has
주제에
raised a very
다시금
important
되새기게 하는
question
시간이었는데요.
about the meaning of
위원장님께
today's
다시 한번
summit.
감사의 박수
Thank
부탁드립니다.
you once again for your warm greetings.
다음은 기후변화센터
Now let me
최재철
invite
이사장님을 모시고
Chairman
환영의 말씀을
Choi
전해 듣도록
Jae-chul of the
하겠습니다.
Climate Change
기후변화센터
Center.
최재철 이사장님을
The
무대 위로
Chairman Choi
모시겠습니다.
Jae-chul, please
여러분
come
따뜻한 박수로
onto
환영해
the
주십시오.
stage.
반갑습니다.
Nice to meet you all. I am Chairman of the Climate Change Center, Choi Jae-chul.
제9회 서울 기후
I
에너지
sincerely
회의
welcome all of you
CESS
to the 9th Climate Energy Summit Seoul 2025 or CESS 2025. This year's summit is held under the topic of the era of climate crisis. Will AI open a new world of hope or peril? And we will look into opportunities and challenges raised by the AI technology. AI is quickly becoming a new technology for sustainable development and climate crisis. We had the 4 rounds of industrial revolution, and now we are going through this climate risk. And I believe that AI can help us in designing great technologies for the climate information analysis and energy efficiency optimization and carbon reduction. It has great potential. And in redesigning the entire energy system from the previous insufficient and wasteful way to make it more smart and better, I think AI can make a lot of contribution. However, it can have the risks of misinformation and disinformation, and it can cause social imbalance and aggravate the algorithm bias. But technology itself is not good or evil. Depending on the purpose and principles, we can use it in the good way or in a bad way. To use the AI development to contribute to our society, we must have social discussion with ethical standards. The new Lee Jae-myung administration has included AI as one of the 4 core industries of Korea and has made dedication to invest in this area. And here, this year, we are seeing the full-fledged development of AI technology in Korea, and I hope that at today's summit, where we at the Climate Change Center, together with eToday, is having this meaningful venue. I want to thank the president of eToday once again. I think today's summit is very meaningful. Despite the busy schedule, we have Mayor Oh Se-hoon from the Seoul Metropolitan Government to deliver his remark. And also we have from the CESS Organizing Committee, we have Chairman Kim Jong-woo and Ambassador to Korea from Italy is also here with us. And Lee Tae-sik, the chairman, is here. And from the Climate and Carbon Center of the Korea Ministry of Environment is here. And we have all the other distinguished participants from home and abroad. I really want to thank you all. For the keynote speech, we have Somya Josh, the chair of AI Task Force at the SEI. And she is an expert in sustainable AI and climate system transition, and she will talk about the dual impact of AI on climate policy and public governance. And in the session 1, titled AI and Myths and Disinformation, Threats of Digital Spread and Policy Direction, we will look into media reliability and accessibility. And for this, we have Professor Lee Suk-jong of Sungkyunkwan University to moderate the session. In order to find our response measures to counter mis and disinformation, we have 2 distinguished panelists for session number 1. First, we have Nobi Kurunia of Gadjah Mada University of Indonesia, and Vice President Daniel Castro of ITIF. Thank you for joining us today once again. In the second session, titled AI and Energy, we will look into the role of journalism for the climate information reliability, data center expansion, and climate disaster. And we will have discussion about social responsibilities of technology and how we can achieve sustainable power infrastructure. It will be moderated by Professor Kim Jin-hyung of KAIST, who is the first generation software developer. And we have Ms. Jin Min-kyung from Korea Press Foundation and Shin Yong-nyo from Microsoft Korea and Lee Jae-gar from KEPCO. I really hope today's CESS 2025 will serve as a meaningful venue to have great discussion about the future of our society and to find solutions for the climate and energy issues.
감사합니다. 기후변화센터
Thank you so much.
이사장님께서
That was
소중한
Chairman
말씀 전해주셨습니다.
Choi Jae-chul.
인공지능이 기후 위기에 해야
He
할
shared
역할과 또 기후
that
내용의
AI should
중요성,
play a key
그리고
role
행사의
in climate
의미까지
change
짚어주신 뜻깊은
responses, and he also
말씀이었습니다. 다시
talked
한번
about the meaning
감사드립니다.
of today's event. Thank you once again.
다음은 오늘 행사를 위해 특별히 거름해
Next,
주신 분을 소개해
I would
드리도록
like to
하겠습니다.
introduce to you
서울특별시의 오세훈
a
시장님을
VIP
무대 위로 모시고
who has
소중한
graced this
축사를 청해
occasion
듣도록
with his
하겠습니다.
presence.
여러분
Let me
시장님을
invite
힘찬 박수로
Seoul
환영해 주시기
Metropolitan
바랍니다.
City Mayor Mr. Sehun Oh. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
존경하는 기후 에너지 분야 국내외 리더 여러분,
Domestic and international leaders in the climate and energy sector, and all participants of Seoul Climate Energy Conference 2025. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Oh Se-hun, Mayor of Seoul. I would like to thank Vice Chairman Lee Jong-jae of eToday and Chairman Kil Jong-woo of CESS for arranging this meaningful event. Today, we're faced with a critical question. In the era of climate crisis, can AI be a source of hope for us? The climate crisis is no longer an exaggeration. Last year was the hottest year since meteorological observations began. Deaths due to heat waves, decreased food harvest, and collapse of infrastructure due to heavy rains are all realities that we face. South Korea is no exception. Temperatures on the Korean peninsula are rising twice as fast as the global average. Longer heat waves, tropical nights, and autumn typhoons have now become our daily life. We're now facing a crisis of survival, a crisis of safety, and a crisis of life due to the climate crisis. But we have weapons, and the first weapon is science and technology. Humanity has sought answers through science and technology in the face of despair. In the midst of the ozone layer destruction crisis, we found alternative materials and the ozone layer was restored. We also overcame the COVID-19 pandemic with the mRNA vaccine developed in just a few months. And now AI is giving wings to the advancement of science and technology. AI combines and analyzes millions of virtual materials on its own without experiments to find candidate materials that capture carbon. In terms of the accuracy of numerical models, real-time data processing capabilities, and solution search speed, AI is positioned as an overwhelmingly fast and accurate tool. Another weapon we have is practice. Seoul is reorganizing its urban system from scratch with the goal of carbon neutrality. Under the clear goal of achieving net zero carbon emissions by 2050 and reducing greenhouse gases by 50% by 2033, we're improving the energy efficiency of buildings, increasing eco-friendly transportation, and institutionalizing citizen participation. In May, we launched the Seoul AI Foundation and began preparations to apply AI technologies to all aspects of our city's administration work. In order to practically utilize AI in responding to climate change, Seoul is creating solutions that work in the field and changes that citizens can feel. Technology creates the path. Practice is walking that path. I hope that today's meeting will be a valuable time to share strategies and insights to overcome the climate crisis and draw the future together. Seoul will continue to fulfill its responsibilities by cooperating with the international community based on climate transition policies. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so
오세훈
much.
시장님께서
That was
소중한
Mayor
말씀
O sharing
전해주셨습니다.
valuable
서울시의
insights
기후
with
문제에
all
대한
of us.
공경과 또 기후
He talked about how Seoul is participating in order to overcome climate changes that we face in Korea and also around the globe. It was a great opportunity to review what we have been doing. And, ladies and gentlemen, please give him another round of applause. And now we would like to move on to our next segment. Let me kindly invite all our VIPs to the stage for photo opportunities. Please follow the guidance of our staff members to come to the stage.
오세훈 서울특별시장님과 또
Mayor O
이어서 안세창 환경부 기후탄소실장님, 유승관 환경부
Climate
대변인님을
Director
비롯해
An Se-chang,
앞줄과
Mr.
두 번째
Yu
줄에 계신 내빈분들께서
from the Ministry
한
of
분 한 분
Environment.
자리하고 계십니다.
Let me kindly invite all the VIPs to the stage.
네, 이제 내빈분들께서 무대 위로
Thank you.
등단을 하고
Now I
계신데요.
can see our VIPs are joining on stage.
기념을 하기 위한 순간을 위해서
This is a very important moment, and so many officials and delegations have joined us today. Please make sure that you take the center stage. Take your time.
네, 오늘 기후위기 시대 AI가 열어갈 새로운 세계
We
희망과
are
위험이라는
looking
주제로 이야기를 나눠볼
at the
예정인데요.
new
지금
title
여기 무대에
of
계신
the
많은
event.
내빈분들께서
In the era of climate crisis, will AI open a new world of hope or peril? And all the participants who are here today are working at the forefront of such efforts and attempts. I really hope that this is going to be a meaningful moment for everybody to cherish. And let's go ahead with the photo opportunity.
네, 카메라 향해 주시고
Please face the camera and show bright smiles.
큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Please give them a big round of applause.
네, 이제 박수를 치면서
And
카메라를
now
받아주시길
let's face the
부탁드립니다.
camera
네, 서로에게 박수를
with giving the
보내주고 계시죠?
applause to
네,
everybody
이제
who's working hard
오른쪽을 잠시만
towards a
향해
better
주시면
future.
감사하겠습니다.
And now can you
오른쪽에
please
있는
face
카메라를
the
바라봐
camera
주시고요.
on your
한번
right?
더 환하게
And
미소
now this is
부탁드립니다.
your
먼저
time to
혼자세요 촬영
show
진행하겠습니다.
bright smiles, just as is regular posture. Thank
네,
you.
박수 함께 치면서
Please give them a big round of applause.
축하해보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 뜨거운 박수 부탁드립니다.
Big applauses. Thank you.
밝게 기념 촬영 잘
This is everything for the photo
이제
opportunity.
내빈분들
Now
다시
you may go back to your seats.
편안하게 자리해 주시길
And now,
바랍니다. 오늘
please go
이
back to your
자리에
seats
함께해
once
주신
again.
모든 분들 덕분에 정말 더
Thanks to
의미
all
있는
your
시간이
participation and
완성되었는데요.
engagement, we are having a
지속가능한
great
미래를
time
위해
together
도와주고
as we work
계시죠.
towards a
각자의
sustainable
자리에서
future
유쾌의
at
가치와
each
의미를
corner
더해주고
of society,
계십니다.
adding
네,
precious
깊이
meaning.
있는 의미 있는 시간으로
I hope that this is going to be remembered and cherished as an important juncture to our journey. As soon as our VIPs are seated, we would like to go ahead with the next section of today's event. Please take your time.
네, 이렇게 기념 촬영을 모두 마무리하고요.
Thank you. Now we will go into the keynote
자,
speech.
이제 이어지는 첫 번째 순서는
To
스톡홀름 환경
begin today's
연구소 글로벌
program,
아젠다 클라이밋 앤
we
CESS
have
부서
from
대표
the
AI 태스크포스 의장을
Stockholm
겸직하고 계신
Environment
소냐
Institute,
기조 연설을
Somya
진행해
Josh, the
보도록
head of division
기조
Global
주제는
Agendas Climate and
AI의
System and chair of AI Force, is here with us. And the topic is the double-edged sword of AI. How can it be leveraged for climate? Dr. Somya Josh couldn't be here in person, so she will be joining us online.
자, 그럼 지금부터 소냐
Let's welcome Dr.
의장님의
Somya
발표를
Josh
먼저
for
만나보도록
her
하겠습니다.
keynote speech.
Hello, could you hear me?
Hello, can you hear us? Yes.
Yeah, good to hear you clear. Dr. Somya Josh, please begin your keynote address.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. This is Soumya Joshi. I am the research director at Stockholm Environment Institute, and I'll be delivering today's keynote called "The Double-Edged Sword of AI: How Can It Be Leveraged for Climate?" I would like to begin opportunities and wins of AI. So start on a positive. As the distinguished speakers already have hinted, There are many different ways in which AI can be transformational for climate action. Some of these I have listed here, looking at remote sensing and Earth observation, evidence synthesis and policy coherence, supply chain transparency and accountability, the optimization and grids, which you heard about, and the smart city transport, as well as blue oceans and plastics. What we see in each is AI revolutionizing the mitigating efforts of climate action, allowing us to analyze, synthesize vast bodies of data, which were proving to be challenging manually. Now, with the help of AI, we're able, as climate scientists, to parse through this efficiently. And then, of course, to come up with novel, innovative ways to find solutions, whether it's removing plastic from oceans, whether it's understanding how the global governance policy on climate can be made more coherent, or by increasing transparency in global commodity supply chains. Just a second. Oops. Right. So, in addition to the wins and opportunities, what I want to draw your attention to is the material footprint of AI itself. When we talk about AI and innovation, we think about ethereal data clouds, but not something that is tangible and material. This is what I will give you examples of today. Automation and labor is another false dichotomy. AI gives the impression that much of it is automated, the compute happens in the cloud, but it comes with a non-trivial labor footprint. And the final idea I want to challenge with today's keynote is this, that progress somehow exists outside of nature. This leads to an invisibility of data, infrastructure, ecosystems, and labor. As you see in the image here, when the first textile mills were introduced, automating a previously manual process of making cloth, everyone assumed it would immediately bring huge amounts of progress and wealth for the entire population. If history teaches us anything from these technological revolutions and industrial revolutions, is that these are hard-won rights, and that the way the rewards of such technological revolutions trickle is non-linear. Here you see an image by famous Brazilian photographer Sebastian Chapado, who talked about the archaeology of the industrial age. And again, you see here on the right-hand side, machinery signifying automation, while on the left-hand side, you see the human cost of mining, of resource extraction. Zooming in, if you look specifically at AI, whether you're talking about the GPUs, the data centers where AI is trained, to where we actually experience or interact with it in the form of generative AI, computer vision, or predictive AI in meteorology. All these processes and stages are underpinned by a clear material footprint. Here, I would draw your attention to the cartography of AI, which in great detail lays out every stage, every material input that goes on behind it, bringing you a ready product, ChatGPT or other ways in which we are engaging with AI today. Here in the recent International Energy Agency report, you see that data centers are often located in large clusters, potentially creating challenges for local electricity systems. They exist in clusters And they're being planned in areas that are currently struggling with energy poverty and already a great state. Several international studies are projecting estimates of AI's electricity consumption. Now, the little graph you see to the top right corner shows you the difference in terms of how each aspect of AI use varies. So from text generation to video, it has a massive energy impact. And I do not want to leave you thinking that the impact of AI is only in terms of energy. There is also water. Again, the IEA report shows that water consumption will more than double between 2023 and 2030. Here we're talking about some 1,200 billion liters per year. Now imagine data centers being located in areas of water scarcity. Just like the previous map, here you see where the proposed and existing data centers are and how they correlate with water scarce regions. Now, unlike energy, which is a global phenomenon, water impacts are felt increasingly locally in terms of drought. And here you get an image which shows you the diverse ways in which AI is consuming water, whether it's in the cooling of servers or in the production of the GPUs itself. So what I want to draw your attention to via all these examples is that they're direct of AI during its life cycle, but there are indirect or second order impacts which refer to systemic responses to the development of a product in terms of behavioral structural changes, how we consume. And these indirect impacts have a rebound effect. So as we increase
I'm sorry.
efficiency on the one hand,
I'm sorry.
Yeah?
Could you share with your slide again? I can see your slide page.
Please
We are
share
not
your
seeing your
slide
slide
again.
yet.
On this side, we are not seeing your slide.
Could you share with your
Okay.
slide again?
yes,
Put on slide button, please.
yes.
Yes.
You see them now?
네, 이제 괜찮을까요? 네, 다행입니다. 지금
we can
화면
see it now.
제대로 나오고 있고요. 다시 발표 이어가도록 하겠습니다.
Please
Please begin with your presentation.
Okay. So I have so far, if you have heard me, walked you through the invisibility of data, infrastructure, and ecosystem, as well as labor costs of AI. I have talked about automation and the human cost, and zooming in on AI, looked at what this means in terms of critical minerals, in terms of energy. Here you see the different data clusters and the projected doubling and tripling of energy use, depending on the use case. And I have walked you through what we call thirsty AI, with the IEA projecting a doubling of water consumption until 2030. Here you see the water scarce regions where data centers are being found. And I wanted to draw your attention on where water is being used in AI production, from cooling of towers to the production of the GPU. And I think this is the last slide where I left off, which really talks about direct and indirect impacts of AI in terms of climate action. So there are things immediately we can address, like water energy consumption, but then there are some indirect second order effects, like our consumption, our behavioral change, and rebound effects. So there is something called Jevons paradox, where when efficiency in energy increases, so does the overall consumption and emissions impact. This is something we have to be mindful of when thinking of AI. Coming to misinformation in the age of AI, I want to ask what this means for science, what does this mean for policy and governance, and finally, what does it mean for environment and climate action? What AI-generated misinformation leads to is uncertainty, misleading evidence, and selectiveness. So where the focus and attention goes. A timeline which focuses on today and not longer time frames, such as the ones we look at in climate action and climate science. And it reinforces existing biases and inequalities in our society. The generative AI and deepfakes that we are seeing today are hamstringing climate action, and the current lack of regulation and the fragmented governance landscape is further catalyzing. The World Economic Forum in 2024 identified AI-generated mis- and disinformation as the world's greatest, followed by climate change. It said that large-scale AI models have already enabled an explosion of falsified information. AI will allow deniers to more easily, cheaply, and rapidly develop persuasive false content and spread it across social media, targeted advertising, and search engines. Okay, let me see. You can see the next slide just to make sure. Do you see the other slide? Yes, perfect. So far in the keynote, I have shown you the positive and negative impact. Now the question comes, what can we do about this? And here I propose a model which is based on Earth alignment and planetary guardrail. There are vast lessons we can learn from climate governance, technology acceptance, be it renewable technology like solar, wind, and contested resource frontiers, whether that's data, energy, water, critical minerals. There exist already great science and policy measures we can leverage when designing AI that builds upon these principles. In climate science, there's another rubric that we use, which is called transboundary climate risk. What this does is it allows you to connect dots between, let's say, resource consumption in one geography and climate impact in another. For AI, this is a critical lens for us to use to understand what are the rewards and risks currently distributed. Of course, there's some easy low-hanging fruit like optimizing size, design, architecture, and mapping accuracy of AI models to footprint. But the deeper question is, how can governance and policy levers de-risk investment and incentives for responsible AI? Sovereign AI, which is something we hear about a lot today, versus a global commons approach. So sovereign AI means onshoring on our geography. So imagine if this is South Korea, how do we bring data centers, compute, and all the elements in the value chain of AI that I had mentioned earlier onshore? Whereas the global commons approach sees the entire endeavor as a more collective one. Here, I would like to bring your attention to Elinor Ostrom's work on global commons and ask the question, can AI be designed as a global commons where we talk about common pool resources? And can AI be instrumental in strategic foresight, imagining better futures? I'll stop there and I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
네, 기조 연설해 주신 소미아 조씨님께 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 이어서 저희가 Q&A 세션을 이어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 혹시 연사님께 질문이 있으신 분께서는 손을 들어주시면
If you have any
저희가
questions, please kindly raise your hand. We're offering simultaneous interpretation, so you may speak in Korean as well.
네, 지금 맨 오른쪽
Yes, I can see that on the very right row, there's a gentleman raising the hand. Please deliver a microphone to him.
It was very impressive. 네, 감명 깊게 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you very much for your impressive presentation. First and foremost, my question is actually on AI-generated fake information. How can we regulate that fake data? Let's say AI generates fake information and based on AI and data, how can we implement a systemic regulation to prevent those fake spread of AI-generated data? If that is the case, let's say there is existing fake information, how can we handle what's already around? That's my question. I believe all knowledge has a characteristic of accumulation. That is why I believe we need to do something about the existing fake information using AI technology. And I would like to have a take your view on this.
Thank you for that question. And I think it's a very interesting one. There are some studies that I can point you to that address exactly this point. They talk about an immune response to fake data and fake information, that AI is proliferating, and how humans can be trained to detect this more effectively and to stop it polluting other data sources as we see a sharp increase in the use of synthetic data. So the immune response works exactly in the same way as the human body, is we inoculate people towards fake data and detecting this. And there are several tools based on this methodology today already on the market that are being used to fact check news sources, to provide data literacy for people working either in media or journalism or working as scientists and in universities and academia on how to really train, how to go to first principles and not rely on easy tools that can actually trip our ability to filter out fake information. Thank you.
네, 답변해 주셨는데요.
Thank
이어서
you so
더
much for the
질문이
answer.
있으실까요?
Is there any additional questions from the floor?
네, 그러면 여기서 시간 관계상
All right,
질문을
if not,
마무리
we would
짓도록
like to conclude the
하겠습니다.
Q&A
다시
session
한번
due to the interest of time. Thank you so very much, Ms. Somya Josh, for your keynote presentation.
네, 이제 이어서 다음
And now I would like to move on to the next segment of today's program. And from now on, based on the previous presentation, we should be able to provide in-depth discussion session to all of you. I'm going to invite the moderator and the panel who will participate in the upcoming session. This time, we will look at how to support policy directions going forward when it comes to the AI's double impact on climate change and climate action. And right now, we're holding this event to look at what kind of threats and opportunities we're going to face in the era of AI. By listening through the AI speech, we were able to learn what kind of impact that AI will impose on our life, especially on the digital domain. And by having the discussion, we should be able to look at policy initiatives and tech initiatives to handle the issue. Let me kindly invite all the moderator and panelists for session 1. First and foremost, let me invite Professor Suk-jong Lee from Sungkyunkwan University. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. And next, I would like to invite
Professor and Senior Researcher Novi Kurnia from Universitas Gadjah Mada.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much. And now I would like to invite Mr. Daniel Castro, Vice Director and also Director of Data Innovation Center of ITIF.
네, 이렇게 총 세 분의
Thank you. So we are joined by three panel moderators and two panelists, one moderator and two panelists. And now let me hand over the microphone to Professor Lee.
Good afternoon. This is Sukjung Lee at Sangkyungan University. Actually, I have a cold, so in the middle of moderating this session, if I just cough, just allow me. And second, I'm not a climate change expert, but I'm studying disinformation as part of my democracy research. I think that's why they invited me to moderate this session. This AI is amazing technology that can help our life and also that can destroy our life. So it applies to climate change as well. AI can help those people who like to deny climate change and also who want to delay the climate change policy. And since we are living in this hot weather changing, I think it's very difficult to deny climate change. So therefore, these days, the AI disinformation on climate change, they usually say it's impossible to respond to climate change, so let's give up. Or some companies are doing greenwashing, pretending they are contributing to climate change. And also people are using AI to discredit politicians or scientists working on climate change. So I think this session, we have two eminent speakers who can address these issues. So let me introduce Professor Novi Kurnia. She's an associate professor at University of Gadjah Mada in Indonesia. She teaches digital literacy, gender, and media. And also she's she's activist. So she's a co-founder and national coordinator of Indonesian Digital Literacy Activist Network and served as the Indonesian National Digital Literacy Movement. That's amazing. And she also presented her finding in the climate-related mis or disinformation at UNESCO lately. And our second speaker is Mr. Daniel Castro, and he is a vice president of the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, ITIF, and he directs the ITIF as a Center for Data Innovation. And he's widely cited his work on information technology and internet policy, including privacy, security, intellectual property, and internet governance. And he is a former IT analyst at the Government Accountability Office, and also he was appointed to the Commerce Data Advisory Council in the past. So I will ask each speaker to speak about 20 minutes respectively, and then we'll just have 30 minutes around the table. So without further ado, let me invite Professor Novi Kurnia to the podium.
Okay, thank you. Should I go there or here? I can sit here. Okay. Okay, good afternoon. This is my first time to come to Korea, but I think I learned to say 안녕하세요. Okay, it is a distinct honor and privilege to be invited to this prestigious event, the 9th Climate Energy Summit in Seoul. My name is Novi Kurnia. I'm an associate professor from Department of Communication Science, as well as a young researcher from the Center for Digital Society in Universitas Gadjah Mada in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. I'd like to thank to my assistant, Sarifah Nur Aini, that also helped me finding the literature for my presentation. So this is this is a little bit about me. They already, presented later, but I will come to this slide, When I will start with a few numbers that reveal the complexity of public perception around climate change. Globally, between 6% and 23% of people either don't believe climate change is happening, or they are simply unsure. On top of that, 22 to 38% believe that humans are only partly responsible for it. That's based on the data from CAAD 2022. But there is also reason for optimism. A recent Ipsos survey in 2024 shows that 69% of people worldwide believe small everyday action can make a real difference in addressing the crisis. So what does this tell us? On one hand, it shows a genuine readiness to act, but on the other hand, it highlights how confusion and misinformation continue to shape public understanding in powerful ways. And this confusion is not accidental. A research by Kohn and colleagues in 2021 identifies several persistent narratives used to spread climate disinformation, such as global warming is not happening, human greenhouse gases are not causing global warming, climate impacts are not bad, climate solution won't work, the climate movement and climate science are unreliable. This is the example. Those claims may sound familiar, but they are deeply damaging. They erode trust in science, weaken public resolve, and delay the urgent action that's needed. That's why, alongside our effort to address the climate crisis, we must also confront an information crisis, because how we communicate, how we educate and build trust will ultimately shape the world's ability to respond. So this is some key factors and approaches when we're talking about climate misinformation or disinformation. We can see that we are highlight several key dimensions that shape our understanding of the climate disinformation challenge. First, we are witnessing a rapid spread of false and misleading climate information, especially online. This is not only confuses the public, but also slows down the action and undermine trust in scientific expertise. Second, the role of digital platform is crucial. They must be more accountable for the content they amplify, while still upholding the public interest and safeguarding democratic freedom. Artificial intelligence offers new tools to detect misinformation, but its use must be transparent and ethical. At the same time, digital literacy is essential. Helping people recognize and question false content is a long-term investment in societal resilience. And moving forward, we need collaborative efforts between government, tech companies, and communities to build healthier information system. Importantly, this must be done with a global perspective, ensuring that the responses to mis or disinformation are context-sensitive and inclusive for diverse social, political, and economic realities. Let me now share what I already done in 2 years ago when we are conducting research with my team at CFDS UGM titled Tackling Climate Misinformation in Indonesia. We began with an online survey involving 2,401 Indonesian respondents at 17 to 1969. The result revealed several striking trends. First, an overwhelming 98%, almost 10% respondents believe that social media is the primary source of climate misinformation. Second, 24.2% agreed with a conspiracy theory suggesting that climate change is an artificial phenomenon created by global elites. highlighting how deeply some narratives have taken root. Interestingly, while 74% respondents said that they feel confident to identify misinformation, only 20% who act to create counter-narrative content in response. This points to a significant gap between awareness and action. In addition to the survey, we also conducted a content analysis of 123 verified misinformation items related to climate crisis, global warming, and natural disaster, as Indonesia have a lot of problems on natural disaster. We categorize this piece based on their potential harm, ranging from satire to parody, which may be less damaging, to fabricated content, which carries the highest risk of harm to public understanding and response. Together, this finding underscore the urgent need for targeted intervention, especially on digital platforms, to address the specific forms and channels through while climate misinformation spreads in Indonesian context. So what about in Korea as well as in Global South? So actually with my limited knowledge, I apologize if I'm mistaken, but it seems that in South Korea, public awareness and concern about climate change is generally higher than in many other countries. However, research by Hyun Jong and colleagues suggests that South Koreans are more concerned about local environmental issues such as air pollution and waste management than about climate change itself. This points to the need for more integrated public communication strategies. In Global South, climate misinformation and misinformation present a different set of challenges. First, there is significant information disparity, often driven by limited access to accurately, timely information. Journalists and the general public may lack the resources to verify claims, allowing inaccuracies to spread unchecked. Second, there is a lack of validation mechanism. Without strong institutional support for fact-checking capacity, false narrative can persist and even gain the legitimacy, especially the virality has become kind of the number one now in a digital world. Additionally, climate discourse is often shaped by narrative from the global north, which tend to prioritize technological solutions and policy frameworks that exclude of marginalized global south perspective. The imbalance results in the international policies that do not fully address the needs of realities of developing nations. More broadly, climate misinformation have emerged as serious global threats. They delay action, weaken trust, polarize public opinion, and erode democratic discourse. So we move to what platform and public interest in dealing with climate misinformation. So this is platform responsibility. I think it's already discussed by the keynote speaker before, but I will repeat it again. So I like to highlight two essential pillars in addressing climate information: platform responsibility and public interest. So regarding platform responsibility, platforms have actually dealing with algorithms that usually what users see, that they can reinforce echo chambers and manipulate public opinion. Content moderation also plays a crucial role in maintaining a healthy and safe online ecosystem. Second, fact-checking as well as labeling are vital. Platforms need to invest in independent verification efforts as well as provide clear warning or misleading content to enhance public awareness and climate literacy. Third, we must focus on the user empowerment by equipping them with tools and media literacy skills. We can foster active participation in combating misinformation, including related with the climate change. Additionally, platforms should prioritize collaboration and accountability, especially in a real-time monitoring efforts to the content. And finally, they must commit to promoting quality information for the accurate science-based climate content. That's the most important. The second one is about the public interest. So this public interest, we have to make sure that there is an equitable digital access. We have also to make sure to strengthen digital literacy, especially in terms of the content governance in global south and the support of local initiative. So what about actually the opportunities and challenges when we talk about AI. So there are a lot of opportunities and challenges of AI tools in combating climate mis or disinformation. AI tools today offer both significant opportunities and challenges. Let's begin with the opportunities. AI enables automated fact-checking, allowing systems to rapidly compare claims against credible scientific data and generate accurate information. It also can process large volumes of data because big data can process and detect patterns on flags of mis or disinformation. The other opportunities is that content moderation and recommendation system also can be provided by AI. Moreover, AI also can be used to make a public awareness campaign. However, there are also a lot of challenges that related with the kind of the AI in combating climate and misinformation. The first one is technical limitations because AI isn't perfect. AI is not human. It can flag legitimate content as false or fail to detect actual misinformation. Second is the bias in AI models remains a concern. The systems are only as objective as the data they're trained on, which means they can unintentionally reinforce existing bias. The third one is that misinformation strategies are constantly evolving. It means that AI tool must be continually updated to adapt new formats, to adapt narrative, as well as cultural context. Finally, there are ethical concerns. The use of AI for content moderation raises difficult questions about free speech, transparency, and accountability. This topic was also the focus of my presentation at UNESCO Digital Learning Week 2024 in last September in 2024. I emphasized that while digital tools, especially AI, hold a great promise in combating climate misinformation, they must be deployed thoughtfully as well as inclusively. By investing in innovation, building digital literacy, and fostering collaboration across actors, we can create real synergies between green and digital transition to ensure our response to climate crisis to become informed, inclusive, and rooted in global or local knowledge. So what about in Indonesia? What's my experience? This is the conditions in Indonesia. As we look at especially in Indonesia, it is clear that digital literacy serves as foundation for combating climate and misinformation. This begins with empowering critical evaluation so that individuals can assess and question the content they consume rather than passively accepting it. It also involves promoting reliable sources of information. We must actively disseminate climate knowledge grounded in scientific evidence through trusted media channels. We need to foster responsible digital citizenship. That means encouraging users to share accurate information, report harmful content, and participate in constructive, respectful online conversations. And importantly, we must nurture collaborative multi-stakeholder programs. By working together, then we can expand our reach and ensure that no one is left behind. Of course, this is not without challenges. Indonesia's graphic scale and diversity present real barriers. Building digital literacy is in a way what is inclusive and sustainable is still a problem for us. Need long-term commitment along with continued investment in education, infrastructure, and cross-sector collaboration. With climate misinformation, Indonesia may not be as prevalent as political or health-related information. It remains an urgent area for intervention. When I spoke at the World Press Freedom Day 2024 in last June or last year, I joined journalists, fact-checkers, and environmental activists to discuss key points. We highlight how climate misinformation hinder climate action, the unique challenge in fact-checking such as content, especially when it comes from both local and global sources. We have import misinformation in climate change, not only product but also information. Several initiatives have already shown promise. For example, faktaiklim.prosa.ai. It is an open source platform complete with chatbot support designed to deliver climate and information with local relevance with Indonesian context. At CFDS UGM, we launched an internet campaign on tackling climate misinformation in 2024. We also had a community-based program involving over 380 participants across Java and Bali, especially the youth people, aimed at building grassroots resilience against climate mis or disinformation. These are small but important steps. Going forward, we need to scale this effort, strengthen partnership, and ensure that digital empowerment is placed at the heart of our climate response. So this is my last slide actually, for carting path apart forward remedies and solution. So to conclude, let me outline how we can move forward by adopting a range of approach and solution. First, we must invest in digital literacy and critical thinking, ensuring education and training programs equip people with the skills to analyze and evaluate information effectively. Second, supporting quality journalism and fact-checking is essential. Independent media and robust verification mechanism help quantity that accurate, reliable information that can be shared to public. The third, platform accountability and transparency need to be prioritized. Promoting clear and effective regulation on digital platform will help curb misinformation and build trust. I think government also can take action into this step. Fourth, we should leverage artificial intelligence using advancing tools to detect misinformation and amplify credible counter-narrative. We need counter-narrative. And finally, this effort requires multi-stakeholder collaboration. Government, tech companies, civil society, academia, and international organizations must work together in partnership. All these strategies align with the concept of inclusive digital or green digital action. This means integrating social inclusion, environmental sustainability, and digital transformation. Key elements here including developing digital climate solution, collaborate for impact, justice, and digital equity, as well as policy and literacy drive change and global local synergy. So I think we meet here to be part of the global local synergy. And the other thing that I can share, I can briefly share an update about a free online multimedia course titled Navigating Climate Information with Media and Information Literacy that will be launched soon. This course is developed by UNESCO in partnership with the Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Education for Peace and Sustainable Development. It's part of UNESCO Global Roadmap for Information as a Public Good in the face of the environmental crisis. So this online course targeted to general public and will take between 3 to 5 hours. Yeah. In this course, I'm part of the expert. The objective is to equip citizens with media and information literacy skill and competencies needed to better understand the climate crisis. So you can check the UNESCO website and it will be launched soon. So this is actually my last slide and this is some of the reference, but in top of all, this is my presentation and I hope I pronounce it well. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you very much. Actually, time is running, so I hope our second speaker can finish his talk within 20 minutes. So let me invite Vice President Daniel Castro, who will talk about recalibrating concerns about the AI's energy use.
Great. It's a pleasure to be here today. As introduced, I'm Daniel Castro. I'm Vice President of ITIF, which is a nonprofit, nonpartisan think tank based out of Washington, D.C. I work on a variety of issues related to digital policy, including a lot around AI. And last year, I wrote this report called Rethinking the Concerns Around AI's Energy Use, where I dug into some of the claims around the energy impact that AI has, want to really dig into the studies and what they show, and what we've learned in the subsequent years since they've been published and kind of put that into context. So in this presentation, I'll walk through some of the ideas in that paper. I'm also going to include some newer information. This paper was published January of 2024, so we've obviously had some new data. I've added some of that to the slides, and I'm going to be publishing something next week that has a little bit more, and I'll talk about that as well. So if you just see the headlines around AI, we see a lot of headlines like this, right? That training a single AI model can emit as much carbon as 5 cars in their lifetime, or AI could need as much electricity as an entire country. My favorite one is this Wall Street Journal one where it has this robot dinosaur just tearing apart the grid. And when you see these headlines, it really makes you think that AI will have a hugely significant impact on our energy use. And what I want to do in this presentation is talk about what we know and what we don't know about those types of claims. So what's interesting is that we've seen a lot of claims like this before about digital technologies. So in 1999, there was this highly read Forbes article that said, dig more coal, the PCs are coming. It made the claim that half of the electric grid will be powering the digital internet economy within the next decade. And it said, every time you buy a book online from Amazon, a lump of coal is burned somewhere in America. These really, scary headlines. And so this was a very concrete prediction, right? Half of the electric grid will be powering the digital internet economy within the next decade. Well, that was 1999. Fast forward over a decade later, and we see that in 2014, data centers in the United States consumed an estimated 70 billion kilowatt hours, which was about 1.8% of total US electricity consumption. So 1.8, not half, significant difference in the prediction. Then what else do we see? A couple years later, the Internet of Things, a lot of people were talking about this, all these connected devices and the data being generated and consumed by these devices. Again, major predictions. ICT could create up to 3.5% of global emissions by 2020, surpassing aviation and shipping, and up to 14% by 2040. Very specific prediction that ICT could use 10% of the world's electricity by 2020 and 20% by 2025. Again, we've now passed the 2020 date, so we have the facts. ICT represented 1.4% of global greenhouse gas emissions in 2020, and it was about 3.9% of electricity consumption. So again, the estimates and the predictions were quite far off. Again, we saw another one around a report about climate crisis, the unsustainable use of online video. The prediction here was the emissions from watching 30 minutes of Netflix video is the same as driving almost 4 miles, or 1.6 kilograms of CO2 emissions. And there was also a lot of concerns about streaming music. The electricity consumption of streaming Despacito, the very popular Justin Bieber song, 7 billion times on YouTube was equivalent to 900 gigawatt hours. The claims just didn't match reality. The carbon footprint needed to do that, if you kind of extrapolate it out, would have been more than what Google was doing for all of YouTube at the time. So the International Energy Agency took a look at this, and they said, no, streaming a 30-minute show on Netflix was around 0.018 kilograms of CO2, so about 88 times smaller than what that estimate said. Unfortunately, as we see with a lot of misinformation, the fact check on it received a lot less attention than the kind of scary headlines about streaming. So let's come back to AI. So the early AI energy estimates were wrong too, and unfortunately, these are the estimates that we see used again and again in the media. So the main study that has been done that is often cited is this Struble 2019 study. And the claim was that the energy to train an AI model is equivalent to 300 round-trip flights from the East Coast to the West Coast of the United States. So if you dig into that paper, a few things are true. One, that claim, the paper was looking at lots of different AI models, but that claim was about one very specific type of AI model. It's called network architecture search. It's one of the most computationally complex problems you can do, and it's not the same as the generative AI or the LLMs that pretty much everyone else was talking about when they were citing this. So first of all, the starting point is this citation is basically not about LLMs. It's not about the kind of regular generative AI that most people are thinking about. The second problem is that the estimate was also just fundamentally wrong because it made a lot of false assumptions. The research was completely legitimate for the time, but a couple years later, the research that were actually involved in the specific models that she looked at in this paper released additional information about their model, and it just turned out that the predictions were wrong because of the assumptions that she had in there. The actual emissions were about 90 times smaller overall. So we also know that over time, we've been able to look at the progress in different AI models. And I've tried to capture as many of the models that are out there today. And we see a few things. I mean, one thing is certainly true. As models have developed over time, they've gotten larger, and larger models use more energy, which is one of the fundamental concerns that people have. But it's also true that growth is not necessarily completely in parallel. So, for example, GPT-3 was released, I think it was 2021. It had about 179 billion parameters and used a certain amount of energy. If you look at the GLAM model that Google released about 2 years later, it had significantly more parameters, so it was about 7 times more parameters, but about a third of the energy cost to train it. So just because we see a growth in parameters doesn't necessarily mean that we're seeing that same growth in energy consumption. Another important factor here is that energy consumption doesn't always tie to carbon emissions. Many of the companies, especially many of the large tech companies in the United States, have made net zero commitments that they're already fulfilling. So, for example, when you look at Meta and the Llama models that it's produced, it's producing these at net zero because it's using carbon offsets for these models, and then it's releasing them publicly for others to build on top of. Others, when you look at the carbon emissions, the variation that you see between different models has to do with where they actually train the models. So deciding where to place data centers and how efficient those data centers are can have a huge impact on the efficiency of the model. Another fact that we've learned since then is that most of the early studies were focused on the training cost of AI models. How much does it cost to build one of these models? And it turns out that most of the energy consumption is really around inference. And so a lot of policymakers are actually paying attention to the wrong part of the equation. We should be talking about AI and energy cost, and whether we're talking about training or inference, both matter. But actually the bigger issue is going to be around inference. So 65% to 90% of AI's energy cost is from inference, so from using it. And it does vary based on the different tasks. So text classification, image classification, these are much less energy intensive. Image generation, video generation, much higher generation. And of course, the costs vary significantly by model. So the question, of course, becomes, well, are inference costs surging out of control? In Joule in 2023, the claim was made the worst case scenario suggests that Google's AI alone could consume as much electricity as a country such as Ireland, 29.3 terawatt hours per year. The reality is that Google's total global energy consumption was only 25 terawatt hours in 2023. So that's all the energy consumption of the entire company, not just of its data centers, not just of AI. What we've seen is that data centers comprise a fragment of Google's energy consumption. It has grown over time as the company has gotten larger, but actually the component that's reserved for machine learning has been actually fairly consistent over time, even though it's had this growth. It's been about 10 to 15% of its total energy use. Part of the reason for this is that we see improvements not only in accuracy over time, but also in efficiency over time in terms of the hardware. So on this slide, I have listed some of the image recognition algorithms, machine learning algorithms that have been popular over the years. And you see the score, the quality of these improve over time. But what's interesting is if you look at those last two columns, that's basically the energy consumption for applying these models. And it's gone down in every case over a year because we've seen the introduction of new chips. So both we're seeing the advancement of the technology, obviously, in terms of quality. We're seeing the advancement of the technology in terms of efficiency of these models, but we're also seeing the advancement of hardware. So even if you stick with an existing model, as hardware improves over the time, the energy efficiency improves over time as well. So what do these estimates generally get wrong? Well, first, they often ignore the economic considerations. So for example, a lot of the predictions, for example, the ones around Google, would require Google to make $100 billion investment in chips, in addition to tens of billions of dollars in operational cost related to the energy. So in many cases, these predictions, the extrapolations of the energy use from AI, just simply aren't financially feasible. They're not practical, and we know that we live in economic reality, that we can't expect companies to spend that much on these areas, so that will naturally constrain the uses and what they do here. The second kind of mistake that's made in these extrapolations is that it's assuming consistent rates of improvements in AI models. So it assumes that if you double the size of an AI model, you're going to double the accuracy, and so you're doubling the energy use. And that's just not what we see play out in reality. In many cases, many of these models are actually reaching kind of peak performance. So you look at some of the test benchmarks that are being used. Can they pass a medical school test, for example? And they're getting pretty close to human accuracy. So we're not going to see, doubling and tripling of the model sizes at this point. We're going to see more refinement of the models. And we actually saw that, of course, with DeepSeek and China's AI model, where many of the improvements there were about efficiency and using this mix of experts model where, they had a very large model, but they were only activating parts of it, and so it was significantly more efficient. And then the last part is that we often discount future innovations that improve energy efficiency. So if you look at global data centers, between 2010 and 2018, the amount of chips in these data centers grew by like 550%. The amount of data storage grew by something like 2,400%. But the amount of energy used only grew by about 6 to 7%. So we had massive growth in the global data centers in terms of capacity and in terms of storage, but only very small growth in energy. And that's, of course, because of the efficiencies that we see as there are more innovations in everything from cooling and power to the chips themselves. All that to say is I want to make crystal clear that my point is not that energy use isn't growing from AI. It is growing. It's growing. It is significant. But we need to put that into context, and we need to not, kind of overestimate this. I think the best estimate we have right now from IEA, it says that data centers account for approximately 1.5% of global electricity consumption as of last year. It's also important to note that while it is growing, less than 10% of the expected demand growth between 2024 and 2030 is expected to come from data centers. So the key drivers of electricity demand are industrial output, electrification, electric vehicles, and then heating and cooling. So yes, data center growth will continue, but it's not the primary driver of this demand. This slide we actually looked at earlier, definitely data centers are concentrated in certain regions. So this growth in demand is having high impacts in certain areas. It's having a high impact in certain regions where we see a lot of data centers, and it's putting stress on those grids. And that's one of the reasons we're seeing, the development and the movement of data centers to these secondary markets. Because they can, put new energy resources up faster, or maybe they need new space, or they're not competing as much for certain energy demands. One of the other interesting things we're seeing, though, is that as we're seeing this move to secondary markets, we're also seeing this interest in AI and concern about access to energy to power these data centers, leading to new investment in potential in renewable resources. So, for example, Microsoft is helping spin that up 3 Mile Island to do nuclear energy generation in the United States. They've had a lot of focus as well on solar and other clean energy sources. We're seeing this in China with a focus on hydropower. Lots of interest in basically how we can use renewable to do this, especially coming from companies that have made these net zero commitments. All right, so what are the key takeaways here? First, we should continue to think about how we can actually use AI to address climate change. The most important, I think, takeaway here is that when we hear AI, we should be concerned about the energy use, but we shouldn't be overly concerned about the energy use. We should be thinking about where are the opportunities here, because there is still a lot, right? It's about grid optimization, climate monitoring, using AI in smart cities, precision agriculture, various consumer tools, using it for home management, all of these opportunities, and this needs to be at the forefront of what policymakers are thinking about, because many of these changes are not going to be driven by the market, they're going to be driven by a policy that we take to advance adoption of AI. Second, we do need to be thinking about the energy impact of AI, and one of the most important things we can do is develop energy transparency standards. Right now, when companies that are voluntarily releasing information about the energy efficiency of their models, they're kind of making up how they disclose this information. There's not agreed upon formulas for how you make those calculations. And that makes it very hard to have good information into the marketplace so that the users of these AI models can make responsible decisions about which model they use. They can actually make a decision to say, well, I'm going to use this model, not that model, because it is more energy efficient. But we can't do that if we don't have good benchmarks that are reliable and informative for the market. And then, of course, while some companies are making these disclosures, not everyone are making disclosures today. And so it's important that we get more voluntary commitments from companies to start making disclosures when they release their models about both the energy consumption involved in training, but also the energy consumption involved in inference. So again, the users can make responsible decisions, not just based on cost, but based on a number of other factors about the energy efficiency of their models. A fourth point is that we should be considering the unintended consequences of various AI regulations on energy use. So, I know there's a lot of concerns around AI, and I actually spend a lot of my time talking about, how we can regulate and manage the risks related to AI. We have to be careful that we consider all the different equities. Many of the proposals that I see around, for example, addressing privacy, for example, around AI, involve adding new layers of processing. When you add new layers of processing, that's adding more energy consumption. Sometimes it's doubling, tripling, 10x or more, because you're not just, now making one request to the model, you're actually making multiple requests. And, we have to think about the energy efficiency of these various guardrails and how we're also optimizing those. My point is not to say we shouldn't do them, but we need to think about the energy impact as well. And then finally, coming back to government itself and using AI to decarbonize government operations. Again, really huge opportunities, and it's something where government can lead, and it can lead by example, by thinking, not just about this question about, for example, we hear a lot about sovereign AI, are we using AI made in our country, domestically, but also asking this question about, are we using energy efficient AI, are we using green AI, and what are we doing to help promote more of that? So I'll pause there. I have my contact information, and the report that I mentioned is also freely available on my website. So happy to share that with anyone if that's of interest. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President Castro. I have two questions to each speaker. So let me start with Daniel Castro first. It was very interesting to read your presentation because you started the AI's energy consumption. There was a lot of misinformation. So you said because of innovations of this energy saving of AI sector, the energy consumption of AI is not that high as we are afraid of. And then you emphasize the benefits of AI to process and to predict the forecasting, the how we can mitigate the climate change responses. And here, still, it's not that persuasive yet how we can have an energy efficient AI data center. I don't know if you have heard the South Korean big business SK and Amazon are going to build AI data center in Ulsan. because around Ulsan city, there are many power plant, and the SK has LNG burning power plant around that area. So because of this sovereign AI issue, I'm sure our government would be eager to have another data center in the future. However, I think it's inevitable in a sense for South Korea because we need to develop AI. However, we are concerned about this energy consumption causing by this all the multiple data center. South Korea is already number 7 in the world in terms of greenhouse gas emission. So if we burn more energies, and we are going to, our rank can be higher, and our renewable energy is very low, less than, I think, 7-8% something. So how can we push these private companies to voluntarily save energy as much as possible? Is there that kind of mechanism in USA? Then tell us.
It's a great question, and I think we have to think about what part of the problem we're solving here. Even if we get AI as perfectly efficient and green as we want, we still have to deal with climate change. We still have to deal with the cost right now of clean energy being higher than the cost of dirty energy, and so we need innovation in clean energy. Right? We have to continue to figure out how do we lower the cost of deploying solar, deploying wind, thinking about small modular reactors, thinking about other nuclear options. How can we get low cost, high quality, clean energy? And so the important thing there is that using energy for AI. It's the same electricity that's used to power our lights, to power our heating and cooling. It's not dirtier because it's being used for AI, right? That energy use isn't any different. So we can't solve it just for AI. We have to solve it outside of AI. What I think AI allows is it allows opportunities to address climate change, very uniquely, whether it's, some of these areas like smart cities, looking at managing, natural resources, all of those things. As well as the fact that it's driving investment in clean energy from some of these companies, because they want to basically guarantee their access to energy. They're willing to make new investments in energy that wouldn't otherwise be happening, and government can help, push for that to be, clean energy. But this is where I think we have to look at the bigger picture and say, for example, if every company regardless of the sector, are making, net zero commitments or making certain, caps on their emissions, then when they use AI, they will make smarter decisions about, whether they're using efficient AI or less efficient AI. And that will be a good thing for the market. That will push companies to figure out, well, are we using an efficient model? Are we using an efficient data center? And, it might be that in some cases if South Korea, for example, really wants to pursue its clean energy goals, maybe it shouldn't build data centers here, and it should be using data centers in other locations. And that's one of those compromises it might need to make specifically for this area. And so the question, there's lots of solutions to questions about data sovereignty that don't require building a data center physically within the country. Other countries, for example, have created what they've called data embassies, where basically they build a data center in another country, and just like an embassy built in another country has certain sovereignty rights, they can do something similar for the data centers abroad. And so I think, if the goal is energy efficiency, that might be a solution in this case, is to say, well, maybe we're not going to build a data center physically in South Korea, but we're going to find a partner, maybe in Europe, maybe in the Middle East, and we're going to have our data center there, and it's going to be much more efficient for us. So that's going to help us meet our goals. But we're going to do it in partnership, where there's a legal recognition that we still have full rights to this data, that it's recognized as still being sovereign AI.
Thank you very much. My second question is about the global South and North division about AI technology. I think I read the New York Times, I think the day before yesterday, they were showing the AI data center map in the world. And more than 150 countries do not have any AI center. And most of AI hubs are concentrated in USA and China. And if you just count the number of AI data center, I think USA, EU, and China, and small numbers in Asia, right? So if, let's say, you emphasize the benefits of AI technology to combat the climate change, right? So let's say I'm a country leader of a global South, and I like to use AI technology to combat our problem, climate change, right? But I don't have an AI access. Then how does AI data center in USA, for example, can help them? And there is no global governance mechanism about helping these countries in need. And most of AI centers are private, the global tech companies, right? Their model is based on profit-seeking business model. Then how can you, encourage them to help them?
Another great question, and yes, it was a good article in the New York Times. I agree, people should read it. I think there's a few things here. First of all, many of these data centers can be accessed via the cloud. So, if you have access to the internet, you can use these data centers. The question is really more about cost. Do people have the funds to buy access to it? And that's something where, sometimes we need government subsidies, especially if you're talking about academic access to using AI and using AI for scientific research. We probably need more government funding to support access to that. But it's also important to remember that AI isn't just about the large computing. It's not just about the biggest data centers. Many of the applications, especially when you're not talking about building models, but about deploying them, it's about inference. It can be run on edge computers. So it can be run on anything from a laptop or mobile device to even smaller wearables. Right? And so when you look at some of the most downloaded models, the most used models, they're not the largest, most accurate ones. They're actually the smaller ones. So for example, the smaller Llama model is one of the most deployed models because it's small and efficient and you can deploy it anywhere. And that lowers the cost if you're running it on a server, but it also makes it feasible to run it on your own computer, on your own device. And so I think this is where it's important that you really have to kind of look deep. Yes, if you want to, build an AI service that everyone on their mobile phone is going to access in your country, yeah, you need your own data center to do that. That's a lot of compute. But if you're talking about many different applications of AI, including commercial applications, industrial applications of AI, that can be run on a computer that people already have. And so there isn't a barrier to accessing that today. And so, that's another area where we have to, continue to kind of, I wouldn't say it's misinformation, but it's, it's still education that people need about where the opportunities are and how they can pursue it. Because, the opportunity to use AI is massive. And it doesn't require massive compute to use it. It just requires a computer.
Thank you very much. I think it's a good time to ask about disinformation to Professor Kanya. I studied disinformation in case of South Korea. I think there is always a great debate how we are going to regulate disinformation, but regulating disinformation is not that popular. It's very difficult to punish users, even though we have certain laws to punish. And if we like to levy fines to social media that are disseminating disinformation, they usually like self-regulation rather than the government regulations. So, and it's very, slow to react to disinformation. So for that matter, I think digital literacy is very important. And you've been working in Indonesia to raise digital literacy educations. Can you share your experience more?
Okay, so actually my main job is lecturer, but my main other job is digital literacy activist. Yeah, when I come home from returning my PhD study from Flinders University in South Australia, actually my thesis is about women film director in Indonesian cinema. But when I come home in 2014, I see until 2016, I see that there are a lot of problems in digital society, especially on mis and disinformation, not only on climate change, but also in politics and health, as well as environment in general and other issues. That's why in 2016, I meet with my other lecturers from other university in Indonesia. We are kind of intrigued to make a communities. So in 2017, I co-found JAPLID, Indonesian Digital Literacy Activists, to have a lot of programs on digital literacy. We focus not only on research and publication, but we also have a lot of training programs as well as advocacy programs, not only to the users, but also I join into some other communities, Cyberkreasi, the Digital Literacy National Movement, as well as Koalisi Damai, Democratization of Coalition in Indonesia, because, and as well in UGM, yeah, where, my institution, we not only try to leverage the digital literacy index of Indonesian citizen, but also we also have a lot of efforts to kind of have a high-level meeting, not only with the government, but also to the digital platform. When we talking about how disinformation regulate in Indonesia, I think similar, yeah. Although maybe Indonesia is more on legal or non-legal for the content that considered as harmful, including disinformation. So it's ruled by the information and technology law, but also it's ruled by the penal law. So it's not easy, as my research before in regulating harmful content in Indonesia. Sometimes the marginal groups are become the victim of the freedom of expression. So sometimes the kind of the boundary between disinformation and freedom of expression is very limited. For example, in Indonesia, some marginal people are journalists and human rights activists, LGBTQ communities, and kind of subculture of religious in Indonesia. Whatever they put in social media, although it's not disinformation, sometimes it report to become disinformation or other content negative. So there are still a lot of homeworks actually in Indonesia, although there are a lot of effort too, but still a lot of work to deal with misinformation and disinformation, especially in climate change. That's why in my research in CFDS, when we see the content, it's not only mis or disinformation in climate change, but also related with environment and disaster. And Indonesia, disinformation regarding climate change sometimes is associated with religious issue and political issue. For example, with religious issue, there is a disinformation on the kind of about the natural disaster, the longsor or landslide, the gempa bumi or earthquake, the banjir or flood, and the tsunami. So this disinformation associated to LGBT communities that still sometimes become a problem because most of Indonesians are homophobic, for example, as well as politics. For example, there is a flood in Jakarta, the capital city, is then related to the new governor, for example. So it seems that there are local contexts. That's why AI tools sometimes cannot be used fully. In my interview with some fact checker last year, before I'm going to Paris Then I interview some of fact checkers and journalists. They use AI for about 30 or 40% because the AI tools produced from Western or the developed country, they cannot read the local issues or local context. So in digital literacy programs in Indonesia, sometimes we have to deal with the local context. One of my experience, I think, related with the the keynote speaker is the one campaign conducted by Japelidi in 2020. At that time, we combat disinformation and misinformation that related to pandemic. We use the main program or the main message into 46 languages in Indonesia, one Indonesian, one Mandarin, and 40 for the rest in local language. Although it's not enough because we have 700 something local language, but at least it helped a lot for people, especially in the rural area. So a lot of perspective that we can use, but we have to think and we have to deal with also the local context.
I think I remember during the pandemic time, people usually who spread disinformation about the Corona-19 was, they claimed, scientists and medical doctors. So it's very funny. And some are fake, but some are really, they are medical doctors, but arguing against the WHO's recommendation. And then sometimes this climate change disinformations are kind of intertwined with ideological and political disinformation. So let's say, even though I believe in climate change, man-made climate change, then certain politicians I support deny that. I tend to subscribe. And especially when the political environment is polarized, you tend to buy either side of a camp. And is that kind of phenomenon, the political factor, influence the Indonesian voters? And you mentioned about the governor, right, during the natural disaster. But let's say during the election time or political debate between party members, is there any that kind of a combined effect?
Yes, I think so. Because in Indonesia, the political factors as well as religious, as I said before, is very intervening in our daily life, including in our digital realm. Yeah. So when there is a kind of the general election for president in 2019 and last one in 2024, all the hoaxes are kind of incorporated into several areas. Politics with climate information, politics with health, politics with other issues. And it's not easy to deal with. So there are a lot of effort actually to kind of make a agreement, especially on the committee of the general election. But it's not easy to surveillance all the misinformation and disinformation, especially in social media, because there are a lot mis and disinformation in social media. That's why among digital literacy activists in Indonesia, including me in Cyberkreasi, in Jablidi, and in Koalisi Damai, as well as in CFDS, we have a lot of effort to go to the users, not only in the high-level meeting, but go to the users. For example, I just finished one of my project with 25 academicians from 20 cities in Indonesia. We have training for AI for academicians in 25 universities in Indonesia. It's not enough, but at least we try to learn about how AI, in the one hand, can be used to detect misinformation, but also in another hand, AI also can be used to produce mis or disinformation. That's why a lot of work that have to be done is not only formal in university as well as in schools, but also in general society. Indonesia itself have 4 years programs that leverage into Indonesian society. It called Makin Cakap Digital or to be good or better in using digital media. It's conducted in 4 years, and I become the coordinator and also one of the author for the 4 modules. So it consists of 4 points. The first one is skill, the second one is safety and culture and ethics. So it's part of our effort, not only the government, but also academician, digital literacy activists, the the technology platform and other stakeholders to be part in the, the big effort in Indonesian overall. I forget, invited thousands of people in Indonesia, but as we just changed the president, the program then paused. Yeah, I don't know whether it will be later on continued or not. So, yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, sometimes when we have a different government, the policy can be different. But in grassroots communities, we still have a lot of digital literacy programs conducted at the moment, including to the marginal citizen, the senior citizen, children, women, and people in the, remote areas in Indonesia.
Thank you very much. I think we have about 5 minutes left. So my last question will go to Mr. Daniel Castro. I think you are essentially arguing we need the AI to combat AI-based, AI-created disinformation. So we are using AI machine to combat AI-created disinformation, right? I'm sure you are talking to the government policymakers in USA and also business sector of AI industry and also social media, big tech industries, and also politicians. Is this kind of argument using AI to combat AI-created climate change, disinformation, is it well accepted in the USA?
Well, I think in the U.S. context, there's been a lot of concern about the role that digital platforms play in policing information. And what we saw over the past elections is that the platforms have, they are trying to be politically neutral. They recognize that they're facing complaints or requests from different political actors. Some saying they want them to take down more information, and others saying they want to allow other information to stay online, information that many people would say is disinformation, right? We saw this in the context of COVID. We've seen this in the context of elections, international affairs, foreign affairs. This comes up again and again. So I don't think policymakers in the U.S. or even in the U.S. more generally expect to see AI as the solution to misinformation. And I also want to be clear, that's not what I would say either. I think, you have to start with, one, the individual. So I think, this digital literacy, media literacy, AI literacy, that's all part of the solution. I do think we also have to recognize that, misinformation, disinformation predates AI, it predates, all of this, and it comes from, and it has come from, and it continues to be amplified by existing media. And so, solving those issues will be important as well. You have to look at the incentive structures. Why are these groups promoting this misinformation? Well, they're getting something out of it, and can we fix those issues? I think those are all important as well. But I do think there are other technical solutions that are very important. One proposal we often see is mandatory labels for AI-generated information. The problem with these labels is that, you're talking about basically watermarks. Watermarks can be, one, they can be removed, and two, when you're asking the bad actors to watermark their stuff, their output, they're the ones with the most incentive not to do it. So, it's very hard to do. But we can change the information environment, and this is where I think technical solutions around content provenance, digital provenance marks can be very useful. So just like in the past, when the early days of the internet, everyone learned when you're going to buy something online, you look in your web browser and you look for the little padlock that says this is a secure site. That was a signal to us that this is a trusted site, or at least that it was a signal that you could trust the connection. It might actually be a malicious site, but you could trust the connection. In the early days of the internet, that's what you looked for. If you've looked at recent web browsers, they actually got rid of that because they said the expectation is that all sites use SSL or TLS, and now you're warned on a site that doesn't have that. That's what I think we need to be doing for information in the information environment. We should be now looking for signals like content provenance that says not that this is true or false, but where it came from. Did this come from a trusted source, New York Times, government agency? And if you don't see that information on there, you might still be able to trust it, but you should look at it more skeptically. And eventually, we should get to an environment where information that doesn't have content provenance is flagged. And you're saying, well, wait a second, why doesn't this have that there? Or why is it coming from this untrusted source? And so I think we really need to be focusing on how do we change the information environment in which we work so that we can have digital literacy education campaigns and methods that are more effective. And so that's where I think policy should focus on, is how do we get there? I think the challenge, of course, is that many people benefit from misinformation, and so there's not always incentives to change that right now.
Thank you very much. I think it's time to wrap up. I think AI is a wonderful compute power, so it can heal very difficult disease, and it can help a lot of things, including climate change mitigation. But at the same time, the AI companies are essentially the private sector big tech companies. So I think both government, intergovernment organizations, and especially civil society groups and media like eToday, who is hosting this forum, should be very alert about how we can control the AI to make sure the human can control the AI. So I think we should close this session by thanking to Mr. Castro and Professor Konya. Thank you very much.
네, 감사드립니다. 다시 한번 열띤 토론을 이끌어주신 이숙종
Thank
교수님과
you
또 패널
for
분들께 다시 한번
your
큰 박수
participation, moderator Lee Suk-jung and all the panelists.
Please return to your seat and be seated. Thank you very much. 네, 이렇게 AI 기술의 에너지
This brings us to the first session on the AI and mis and disinformation, and we looked into the threats posed by AI and how we can use it better to contribute to our society. We will have a short break, but before that, there is one housekeeping announcement. After this summit is finished, we have prepared a little souvenir for all the participants to take with them on your way home. So don't forget to take them when you are leaving the forum. At the end of the summit, we will take 5 minutes break and then resume the session 2 afterwards. We have coffee and refreshment outside, so please enjoy and be back here in 5 minutes.
네, 이제 곧 제2회의를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 아직 행사장 밖에 계신 참석자 여러분들께서는
For those of you who are joining us today, please come into the venue and be seated. We're going to soon begin the second part of today's event. Thank you.
하겠습니다. 네, 이어서 제2회의를 시작을 할 예정입니다.
We'll now start session 2. Those of you still outside, please come in so that we can start the next session. So as we get all the participants coming back to their seat, we will start the next session. Please, those of you still outside in the hall, come back and take your seat.
네, 여러분 휴식 시간 잘 보내셨을까요?
Did you enjoy the break? I can see that you look more refreshed after this break. And we will continue to share great insight as we go into the session 2. So let's begin the second session. The second session is about AI and energy. and AI industries, climate cooperation and leadership, climate energy solutions through technological innovation.
네, 지금 벌써 패널분들께서
We already have our panelists on stage. Let me introduce each one of them, and please give them a big hand. First, we have Professor Kim Jin-hyung from KAIST. And we also have Jin Min-jung, who is the principal researcher of Media Research Center at Korea Press Foundation. From Microsoft Korea, we have Shin Yong-nyo, who is the National Tech Officer. From KEPCO, we have Lee Jae-keul, who is the team leader of the Power System Analysis team at KEPCO Research Institute. Now I'll go give the microphone to our moderator. Yes, thank you. We are here having this meaningful discussion. Actually, I have no expertise in energy or climate, but our colleague, Mr. Chan, he is an expert in this area, and I also thought that I could make some contribution in this field. I have studied AI for like 50 years, so I thought that there could be some possibility of using the AI to resolve global issues. And of course, one of the biggest issues is the climate crisis. So of course, I believe that AI can contribute to tackling this issue. I looked up the internet and etc. to find a solution, and here I am sitting on the stage to have discussion with great participants from all over the world, and I hope that I can continue to study this topic. So I'm just a moderator today, and we have great panelists, 3 panelists. Well, I have no personal connection with these speakers, so I hope that each speaker can introduce themselves as they go into the presentation. So first, we will be looking into the role of journalism and the importance of fact-checking. We have the principal researcher Jin Min-jung to talk about this topic. And second, we will listen to how Microsoft is responding to the current situation. And lastly, we have from KEPCO, the Power Generating Corporation of Korea, how KEPCO is using AI for power generation. We had Dr. Daniel Castro, and I could learn that AI is not such a big culprit. So it's not like drawing one photo by using AI is consuming so much energy. So that was such a big relief for me as a person studying the AI. So without further ado, let's invite Principal Researcher Jin Min-jung and listen to her presentation.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Min-jung Jin, Principal Researcher, and it's very nice to meet you all. Today, I'm going to talk about why it is important to check the facts and what would be the role of media in the era of climate change. I believe that the threat is real, and in the era of such crisis, we should look back what media can do, why it is important to check objective facts. So the content of my presentation is basically based on my project and study for 3 years from 2021 to 2024. And more than anything, I wanted to start my presentation with Guardian's columnist, George Monbiot. This person shared once this way: if humanity cannot stop climate change, it's not the industry's fault. It's not transportation, agriculture, gas, an oil or coal industry because they have to have social license to lead us to destruction. And media is the one who's giving that license, whether it's intended or not. Meaning, it depends on citizens' interpretation. Whether we can respond to climate change properly or not. So if this is the case, we need to understand how citizens are perceiving climate change crisis. This was the survey carried out back in November 2024, and 96.7% of the respondents said that climate change crisis is quite severe and serious, and especially female, older generation, and the ones with children had a higher awareness. And if you look at the source of information and data, it seems that media, news headlines were the original source of their climate change news, and then the next was documentaries, and the third was community. This just shows that no matter how influential social media has become, media plays a critical role in delivering climate change-related news. And we hold great responsibility. Now let's look to what foreign countries are doing. In the UK, The Guardian it adopted an environmental statement in October 2019. This media expresses and uses terms such as climate emergency, climate crisis, climate breakdown, and global heating. They also clearly stated that they don't want any advertisement from industries that are related to oil and gas. And I believe that this is a statement and stance that they want to try hard for carbon neutrality. Other society is also working hard. If you look at what France is doing, 1,500 journalists and 150 media companies and organizations came up with a declaration that they're going to cover multi-faceted domains when it comes to climate change, news articles, and they also promised that only validated information and data is going to be provided to public. And they said they're going to raise awareness on the environment and climate response. But if you look at what's happening in Korea, we're quite lacking. It seems that only the Science Ministry of Environmental Ministry are working hard, but the Korean media is not really committed to building expertise. Actually, COP29, which happened last year, only 2 media companies reported about this important gathering. And there was no in-depth articles or coverage in Korean media sources. That is why many experts are pinpointing and criticizing the current status. It seems like Korean media is not coming up with materials that are holding the government and enterprise accountable. They are avoiding to cover Korean climate crisis, and they only focus on foreign crisis. And they also lack efforts to validate facts and science. And they also basically deliver what's already covered in other media sources and simply copy and paste. And it doesn't also focus on calling on actions of citizens. So you can see there are many complaints from Korean citizens. 71.4% of the citizens and respondents say that they lack climate change coverage. The content itself is very repetitive and not very fresh. The coverage only focuses on foreign examples and samples. And what's needed is that they have to provide practical solutions and specific action plans. 35.9% of the respondents actually shared this opinion. In order to cope with this response, I believe what's needed is the fact-checking journalism. Fact-checking is not just identifying lies and false information. We have to make sure that this serves as a safeguarding mechanism for public interest. False information was widespread and quite serious. These are some of the examples and definitions of what climate mis and disinformation is. There is a network called Climate Advocacy, Climate Action Against Disinformation, and according to their definition, a claim that weakens the urgency of our response to climate change is false information, and cherry picking or omitting scientific data is also disinformation. Greenwashing, which is increasing greenhouse gas, is corporate friendly, is false information. This is going to not only lead to the delay in political decision and political responses, but would only cause more confusion in society. If you look at climate change related false information, more than 500 million views were made on social media as of 2023, but YouTube, Facebook, or other big tech platforms are not regulating climate false information enough. The reason why they are not as active in regulating such information is because of the lobbying power of fossil fuel-based corporates and lobbying entities. And because of that, many of the citizens have confusion and doubt about climate science. That is why many different measures are being taken. First and foremost, there was a legal foundation made called Digital Service Act, which was adopted in 2024. This is basically to make sure that big tech platforms come up with a measure to carry out risk analysis on disinformation. They have to transparently open the algorithms. They have to come up with an internal policy to reduce and mitigate the spread of false information. And there's also an obligation to be audited by a third-party agency. Not only voluntary participation, but legal binding and legal obligation has been strengthened because of the adoption of such act. And one example would be EDMO, European Digital Media Observatory. This is a consortium of multinational organizations. It covers 27 member countries, 14 countries and regions, including Norway. What this EDMO does is to integrate and analyze fact-checking articles. They come up with reports to show the status of false information. They also organize and run a working group, including researchers and civil society, and they participate to represent such efforts in the EU policy forming. You can see that EDMO is coming up with multifaceted approaches. As of January 2025, 37 different fact-checking organizations came up with 1,642 fact-checking articles, and among all those articles, 95 cases, which is 6% of those fact-checking articles related to climate change. They want to strengthen their response related to AI-based false information. They want to strengthen their capability of distinguishing fake or artificially generated audio and video images. You can see that many countries are reacting in a different scale. France has formed a consortium of different regulatory bodies in education and civil movement. For example, our COM imposed 20,000 euros to CNews channel because this media agency shared that there is no correlation between the CO2 emission and global warming. And we can definitely sense the change in media agencies. You can see AFP or Le Monde. They are operating fact-checking organizations and committees within themselves to see whether what they're covering is factual and grounded. And related to climate change, they are strengthening the validation scale to prevent this from happening. And of course, monitoring works initiated by civil society is quite active. One good example is Quota Climat. Quota Climat is a civic group that monitors false information of media, and they report when incidents are identified. 22 cases were reported to ARCOM between 2022 to 2024. And in November 2024, they also initiated a bill to regulate the ones who spread false information related to climate change. And they legitimately and legally define the term climate false information. And there's also an organization called Science Feedback. This is an organization that validates facts related to scientific data. And within that science feedback, there is a sub-organization called Climate Feedback. And what they do is they review climate-related articles and coverages so that experts and academia can do direct analysis and give a reliability rating related to the claims of that article and give interpretation. And there's also Climate Safeguards, which is another sub-organization that can detect AI-based TV, radio coverage of climate false information. And they said that around 128 cases occurred in Q1 of 2025. If you look at what French government is also doing, they established ecological transitional education covering the government agencies, universities, and media. And this is going to expand to target 5.6 million won by 2027. Journalism, climate literacy, educational programs are created for journalists in France. And the target is everybody who works in the media industry. And they have strengthened the curriculum for secondary and elementary school so that their civil education and environmental education can include the facts about climate change. So by looking at French cases, you can see that so many organizations, including the government, political agencies, media agency, and schools are collaboration, and this shows that efforts from different stakeholders are necessary. And now I would like to emphasize where we should start. Number one, for climate response is not simply a coverage about the environment. This is what enables social response. The judgment and actions of citizens are dependent on which information is delivered in what way. That is why the misinformation covered in articles can have a serious impact. And this should not be what's handled by media alone. Platforms, government, civil society, more of a bigger and larger collaboration scope is necessary. And what we can learn from foreign cases is that policy, journalism, and education, the three parts have to create a virtual cycle to make any efforts more useful and meaningful, a multi-layered response system has to be built for society. In Korea, what we need is not a one-off measure. In Korea, we have to come up with the standards for climate coverage and climate articles, and we also need to strengthen the responsibility of digital platforms, and we have to build a system of monitoring of false climate information, and we also need to come up with a pan-societal literacy, climate literacy educational program to cover civil servants, journalists, and the government leaders. We need to take the leadership, take the initiative. We need to lead to actual actions of citizens. We have to change our course and transition. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for your talk. I think it's better to move on to Q&A and discussion later. But if you have a question right after this presentation, maybe we can ask a few of them from the panels here. Let me ask one question, and I'll give you opportunities later, the floor, okay? So if you think about climate false information, are you talking about when it's serious, when someone claims that it's not serious, that's false information? Well, as I mentioned earlier, there is disinformation and misinformation, and the two categories are both of our targets. Of course, it's misinformation that climate change is not serious, and also it's misinformation that there's no human action related to climate change or climate crisis. And another follow-up question is, you said organizational, political, or business organizations are now trying to deter the actions for climate change. Are you talking about energy trading or oil and gas industries? Yeah, generally speaking, there are interest of individual party, and I would say fossil fuel based company is part of that lobbying group, and they would continue to spread such false information so that they can maximize their corporate interest. And there are some analysis that we found. Well, then maybe to other panelists, would you like to ask a question or not? Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation, and I agree with the majority of your presentation. I'm going to talk about this later as well, but I serve in the power domain, and I had a chance to meet many people who are working in the energy or climate industry. It seems that there's lack of understanding depending on which domain you work for. And because of this knowledge gap, the government is not coming up with a proper response that can help address climate. So what should be the role of the government and also media in terms of that? As I said earlier, for media agencies or corporations, of course, increasing digital literacy or climate literacy is important. But if you think about the role of media, we have to provide correct information, and we need to think about how we can raise climate awareness among Korean citizens. That is why, as I mentioned during my presentation, I don't know, maybe it's because of my profession that I'm a journalism scholar. I think what media can do is limitless. If you think about younger generation, young journalists, I think they think climate issue is quite serious. But if you think of traditional or conventional newsroom practices, things do not change as much. And young journalists have told me that they're quite frustrated when it comes to how they can change what's covered on their reports. And I hope that this changes. Ms. Shin, you would like to? Okay, I'll give you an opportunity to ask next time. Okay, without further ado, let me invite Ms. Shin for her presentation.
Yes, I am the NTO, the National Tech Officer from Microsoft Korea. So my topic for the presentation is Microsoft's sustainability strategy for 2030. So when you hear Microsoft, what comes to your mind first? Maybe Windows, PowerPoint, and Microsoft has already shifted to the AI company, and by driving AI, Windows, PowerPoint, Word, those SaaS businesses are being led by the AI. It means that through AI, we have become the market's number one market capitalization company. So in today's economy, we need to have a lot of data and AI-related system. And in that sense, we feel a lot of responsibility for our society. So we announce and disclose our sustainability report every year. It's a quantitative analysis of our business. Last month, we have released our latest sustainability report. So I will be covering that today. So it's the very latest report. In responding to climate change, different countries are responding differently. In case of the US, there are CSP, global cloud service providers, the large techs, they are leading the trend and leading the change. In case of China, it is the government that is driving the change. So free economy and other voluntary commitments. In case of the free economy, there are volunteer commitments by private companies making the leader, making the change. So on this slide, you can see that this is our roadmap for different countries. It means that we have not set up this roadmap this year or last year, but since 2019, we have set our target for 2030 and even 2050. That kind of long-term roadmap was set. And what should note here is the carbon fee that we have. So there are different divisions within our organization. For example, there is a division responsible for window, and we have some game-related departments. So these departments or divisions, to see how well they have done related to the sustainability activities, and we evaluate that. And if we find any division that has not done a good job with the sustainability work, they have to pay the carbon fee to other departments. So by doing that, we can have the quantitative evaluation on what should be the proper level of carbon fee to be imposed to mandate the transition. And by the end of this year, we will be transforming all our data centers to fully carbon free. So we have completely changed into the AI company. It means that all data around the world is analyzed, and we use it with AI to focus our energy on resolving these issues. One of our sites is called Planetary Computer. There is this URL. You can click it to see that we have massive amount of data. And in there is a data set named MODIS. So satellite sensors, through this MODIS system, with 16 days interval, they have the spatial resolution of planetary plants with 250 meters interval. So AI is about how much information or data you have and how well you use it to gain insight. So it's like a massive amount of data on the earth, and you can see that on Moody's we have disclosed it, and we are also helping people to utilize this to contribute to resolving the climate crisis. It's not just Moody's, but like for agriculture and water and waste, we already upload massive amount of data to the public. At Microsoft, we offer the cloud named Azure, and companies who have adopted this Azure can use this system to find out how they can effectively implement Scope 1 and 2 emission. So this is like a dashboard, and just like ChatGPT, we have similar system named Copilot, and by using it, people can make inquiries. So, for example, for sustainability, what kind of issues do we have at our organization? So, if you raise a question, the Copilot system will give you the answer. So, this is the tool that we provide. So, this is not just limited to cloud, but both for the cloud and offline, people can ask questions and receive answers to find out more effective ways to do the operation. So now AI is leading Microsoft. So in Korea, data center of Microsoft are directly operated and managed by Microsoft. And we have some overseas Microsoft data center and also Korean Microsoft data center. And we continuously think about how to run the Microsoft data center in the most effective way. And based on our implementation, we release the result, and that is this sustainability report. You can find it on our website, and this report helps us use the AI in more efficient and effective way to contribute to the environment. So our approach at Microsoft is based on numbers and statistics. It means that at Microsoft, we are not saying that we are doing the sustainability actions, but we release numbers on how much reduction we have achieved for the carbon removal or in saving water at our data center. And of course, there are many countries suffering from water shortage around the world, and we continuously release information and concrete numbers about how much water saving we have helped in these countries with insufficient water. And also in terms of waste, well, at data center, we find ways to reduce waste, and concrete numbers for that reduction is also disclosed. And we also find ways to reuse or recycle waste, and it is quantified and released in our report. Last year, we have made around 30 million metric ton of carbon removal contracts. And in terms of the carbon removal contracts signed in 2024, the volume is bigger than all the previous years combined. And that is included in our last year's sustainability report. And for 24 countries, we have signed about 40 gigawatts of carbon-free power contracts. So after 2020, we had about 18 times growth in the carbon-free energy added to our power grid. What I want to highlight here is that there are various sustainability activities that we perform, but they are carried out in very concrete and systemized manner in these different pillars, and they are announced through our annual report. For example, in terms of water shortage, national collaborations are very important. So we work with various countries and have achieved water saving. And if, for example, certain water can be used for drinking water, and if that's the case, then we prohibit them from being used for cooling the data center. So that kind of concrete achievements that we have made are released on annual basis. In terms of carbon negative, we also announce quantitative achievements. So for example, we have achieved around 30 gigawatts of carbon-free energy contract. You can see details in our report. For example, New York City's energy-related supply, actually, it is equivalent to 6 years of power supply to New York City. So utilizing AI, of course, it has many benefits, and of course, with the rapid expansion of data center around the world, we are continuously trying to find resolution or solutions to issues that we are suffering. So we are trying to find out technological solutions to reduce carbon footprint so that we can have more efficient data center operation. And we say that this is a marathon. It's not like a 100-meter sprint. With the AI, our improvements will accelerate. Also, from data center perspective, building them near the water is a trend. And also, there are ways that are being tested to have natural cooling without having to install air conditioner. And also, there are technologies being tested to use hydrogen and other power sources. And in Sweden, we have already constructed data center that is 100% carbon free. So it is fully depending on the hydro power and wind and solar. And by using the AI, we have the exact analysis on for which time slot we should be using which renewable energy to get the best maximum output. And also in terms of data center, it's not just limited to air conditioning or enhancing efficiency of the heating or cooling. Maybe you have seen those cases in media already. And what we are also doing is to use the system for a green building so that grid data center can have higher power efficiency. So it is not just 100% carbon free, but to be even energy positive. So around minus 35% of power reduction for energy consumption of data center was achieved. And regarding the cooling technology for our chips, we have also done the R&D to reduce the heat conduction of chips. In terms of going water positive, we are fully utilizing the AI. So just like the data computing that I just introduced, we are using the satellite image or analysis of the agricultural conditions of different regions to find out solutions for the water issues at different countries, and we are working together with NGOs in doing that. Also, with data center, we are finding out ways to reduce the water use or even finding out ways to use no water at all. Through that, we have performed various projects for water saving, and through those efforts, we could replenish more than 100 cubic meters of water, which is like 40,000 Olympic Games scale swimming pools water volume. So to go zero waste, there are efforts that we have made to remove waste from land and also from the ocean, and for that, AI was also applied. Near our data center, we also create or construct incineration plants or recycling plants so that all the waste coming from our data center can go into that circular center to be recycled or reused. So just chips or components sitting idle, they can go into the circular center to be reused. And in the end, by using the AI technology, curation is performed, and through this circular center process, we find ways to reuse them. So there are various AI technologies that we have at Microsoft. Maybe you know about ChatGPT already, and we have Copilot at Microsoft. At Microsoft, we offer Word and PowerPoint and Teams program, and Copilot can be embedded to that so that you can respond more efficiently to inquiries coming in through those programs. So there are many domestic cases of the Copilot use, and it means that with wider use of Copilot, we need more data centers, and for that, currently we are operating 11 data centers in Korea. And it's not just our social responsibility that we are performing. You can see that there are different pillars like carbon negative or water positive, those separate pillars that we are pursuing and also evaluating on quantitative basis. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you. Yes, thank you for your presentation. So we have learned what kind of efforts Microsoft is performing to tackle the environmental issue. I have a couple of questions, but others can also ask any questions if you have. So, and you mentioned that we are trying to go carbon zero. And when you say carbon zero, does it include nuclear power plants? It's a very sensitive question. Well, to my knowledge, Microsoft includes nuclear power in going zero carbon. Our CEO, he focuses on various renewable energy aspects. And in case of our former president, Bill Gates, you can see that in many of his books, he mentions that nuclear power can be regarded as a renewable energy source. So SMR would be needed, right? Yes. Another question. In Korea, you do have data centers, and what is their capacity? Well, capacity is like a top secret, so I cannot disclose. But enterprise companies, especially in financial business, many of them are using Microsoft's data centers. So we have sufficient capacity, enough data centers that are currently in operation to support their operation. One reason is, of course, the latency issue, and the other is the data privacy and data sovereignty. So these companies, they don't want to take the data outside of their country. So we do have data centers not just in Europe but also in Korea. Yes, thank you. Any questions? Yes, I do have a question. Yes, please. A few years ago, I heard from an environmental NGO that Korean companies, they do not have a lot of low carbon activities, but if they are to go abroad, they have to meet global standard, and they are doing many zero carbon activities. So in case of Microsoft, do you have different philosophies or activities for different countries? Well, I don't think so, because I go to different data centers around the world, and they all have the same technology wherever they are. So, of course, as you mentioned, different countries can have different requirements, but we follow the most strict regulation. So, of course, it can vary based on the year of the construction, but it doesn't vary by the country. AI technology is evolving so fast, and data center is being built and operated by using the AI. So it's not like the national regulation that we follow, but actually we follow the latest AI technology when we are creating our data center.
저도 하나만 질문과 부탁을 좀 드리고 싶은데요.
One question from my side.
정도부터 데이터 센터
Like from 2 years ago,
분들한테 상당한 욕을 많이 먹고 있습니다.
actually, we were criticized a lot by people in the data center business, because if they want to construct data center in the metropolitan area, there is no sufficient power. So we tell them to build it like 3 or 5 years later, and the industry people say that that will be too late. So they are blaming KEPCO for not supplying sufficient power, and it's like dragging down the development of data center in Korea. Of course, I will talk about this later during my presentation, and I think we are from different industry. That's why we cannot understand some things, but I think that we can help each other through cooperation. But I believe that they are not passed through to the top executives. So in Korea, we have various leading companies, and we are collaborating with them. And in case of Microsoft, you use the term grid interactive. So grid is the power grid, and data center, of course, it's a different thing. So through the grid and power grid and data center interactive collaboration, there could be many benefits that we can achieve. But in reality, there are like decision makings needed from the top management and financial decision makers. So the question is, are you planning to create the grid interactive data center? Do you already have it? And if you plan to have it in Korea, I just want to ask you to have the possibility of discussing together with KEPCO and other power authorities. Yes, for the grid interactive data center, I think it's very important. I talked about the case of Sweden, and it shows how Microsoft values the grid connection and interaction. But for this one, actually, it differs by country, because grid conditions are different for different countries. So as you just mentioned, in case of Korea, we have a lot of power grid concentrated in the metropolitan area. But recently, the new basic law on power supply and demand was adopted, and you are thinking about expanding more grid into non-metropolitan area. And our current data center it is located far away from the metropolitan area. So, of course, we will continue to focus on this grid interconnection and will give the feedback to the headquarters as well, so that if we are to build more data center in Korea, we can have a discussion with KEPCO. The recent McKinsey report said that data centers are worth like 7.3 trillion won, dollars, in terms of companies' investment, total investment by private sector companies. So I could see that the construction of data center itself is like a massive business. Korean companies are very well known for their great construction acumen, and of course Microsoft already has some experience, so I think that there could be some collaboration opportunity between Microsoft and Korean companies. Yes, I fully agree to that. I think it's a very important point that you have raised. So Microsoft, we have the experience and know-how in building data center, and we can work together with Korean companies to help these Korean companies go abroad. So I think that will be the most ideal model for collaboration. I do not know who I should get involved to have the discussion, but we are always ready for that kind of discussion. And then I hope that you can open the door for me to have that kind of opportunity in the future. Thank you.
And as the last speaker of today, I would like to invite Team Leader Lee Jae-gol of the Power System Analysis Team at the Korea Electric Power Corporation, and then we'll have a discussion session. Hello, nice to meet you. As introduced, my name is Jae-gol Lee from KEPCO. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the KEPCO's role. We do transmission, we do distribution, we do sales of power, we manage all those integrated systems and expand those systems. And we are a research institute that belongs to KEPCO. So the team's name is a grid analysis team. But right now, what I am interested in is the future power grid. And in terms of future power grid, what's most important is climate, AI, and power grid. I was quite worried that maybe what I focus on is different than what the event is trying to achieve. But it seems like as I listen to your presentations and listen to your feedback, I think the composition is great and it's a great match. And I'm very happy to be here. And with that pleasant mind, I would like to start my presentation. So if you look at the table of the contents that I have prepared, I wanted to focus on the relationship between climate crisis, power grid, and AI industry, what role the power grid can play, what role the AI industry can play, and last but not least, I'm going to share with you what kind of collaborative mechanism can we build in order to adjust to the climate crisis. If you look at the major topics that we discuss in the power industry, we always look at climate, we look at security, like national security, and growth. And if you translate these words into industry language, I would say they are climate change, power system, and AI growth engine. And these three cannot be separated. Maybe in the past, maybe power grid system was not really interested in climate nor interested in AI. They simply maybe thought that AI industry is one of the industries that we just serve and provide power to. But every year, as the time goes by, I see the relevance between the AI industry and power industry so deeply. And it seems that there's active and industrial conversions is taking place too. As you can see from this particular slide, what climate change party wants from power system is that they want us to cut carbon emission. And climate change activists also want us to adapt to very extreme weather conditions. And if you look at what AI industry wants from us, they want us to provide more power because what data center requires is a larger scale power than any other conventional industries. They want high quality, large scale power to be provided from us. And for the AI industry, they also want us to cut carbon emission, and climate change groups also ask the AI industry to cut carbon emission. So you now know the dynamic, and then let's move on to how much we are focusing on emission reduction. I don't think the citizens or the government is asking the industry to cut emission, but they ask the power industry, the power production or entities like us to cut carbon. I think they kind of expect us to come up with a technological breakthrough to make that happen. So, as you can see, so I put here transition, but transition refers to power, and the allocation to us is that by 2030 we're supposed to reduce 124 million tons of carbons. And you can see that every country, there is a different focus and different crisis that we have to face. I believe the largest disaster that we're facing, in my opinion, is wildfire. You saw that there were large-scale wildfires in the eastern coast of Korea. Maybe you didn't really felt the change because you're based in the metropolitan area, but for the power grid system operator like us, it was a major disaster because there was coal power plants, all the power towers that are supposed to transmit power had to go over all the power towers in the Tabac mountain ranges. We were able to emergently get different power sources from different power towers. We are extremely vulnerable and volatile in terms of wildfire, and as you know, flood. Just like Southeast Asian countries, we see some sort of intermittent squalls as if we are a southeastern country. And because our power towers are mostly located in the middle of the mountain range, these flooding could cause a major power issue to our country. That's why we have to have a change and shift in power grid operation going forward. And I know that AI industry uses a lot of power, as you could suspect. If you look at what France is using, the basically global data centers are using as much energy as the country of France. By 2030, probably all global data center consumption is going to amount to what India is using or Canada is using. And because everyone talked about how important it is to check facts, but because this is an IMF data, I'm sure this is based on facts. And then now moving on, not just global data centers, but if you look at Korea specifically, there's going to be a plan of introducing data centers to our territory and peninsula. Maybe many people have different opinions and have different arguments about this graph or numbers, but what matters is not specific number. What matters is the growth trend. It's not about how many exactly data centers are going to come in. The fact that the number of data center is going to grow in Korea is what matters. Of course, we need more scientific research about how many, but the fact that it's going to grow doesn't change. And almost all data centers, as we heard, those are going to be located in the Seoul metropolitan area. That is very obvious. So 2 years ago, the government, especially the MOTI, the Ministry of Industry, passed the bill to introduce a data center to Korea. And no matter what policy or subsidy you're going to have, we have to have a data center in the Seoul metropolitan area, and there are some data centers that have to be located in the local regions. And KEPCO believes that it is very evident and inevitable that number of data centers around the Seoul metropolitan region is going to grow. And data center requires large quantity, high quality power. That is what we need to focus on, increasing the quality, and we have to make sure that there is no disruption or discontinuation in terms of power supply. And of course, we have to look at what the power grid can do for this change. I would say there are 5 things that we can work on. First on, we have to make sure the power source is not relying on carbon emission. We also have to make sure that we manage the resilience and strengthen the management system. And first and foremost, the first area, which is increasing non-carbon power source utilization. As I said, by 2030 and by 2038, all power source has to be non-carbon energy source. That includes nuclear, that includes PV, that includes hydrogen, that includes wind power. So you can see that the majority of the power sources are going to be non-carbon emitters.
And as we go into the future, we will have wider, bigger solar panels and wind turbines and hydrogen turbines, and that will change our power structure. So as we go into zero carbon or carbon-free society, there are still issues. For example, photovoltaic, it will take up a lot of land, and hydrogen, we don't have it sourced internally in Korea. So securing carbon-free power, of course, it itself is not easy, but also sending the power generated through these carbon-free sources is another issue. So you can see this table from IAEA, how we should tackle all the issues coming from the use of renewable energy. In case of Korea's onshore regions, actually we are in the level 2. In few years, we will go into level 3. In case of Jeju, it was in level 3, but maybe today it is standing at level 4. So it shows that Jeju really needs to expand its power grid. This is about the power grid facilities in Korea. Recently, there was the new act adopted by the Korean government on the supply of the transmission and substation in Korea, and it shows that for the upcoming 15 years, 56.5 trillion won will be invested to expand the underground HVDC. And maybe the amount might look very big, but due to high uncertainty surrounding the power grid in the future, this is not that massive. Maybe considering maybe it can take up to like half of the national budget, reaching up to like 100 trillion won per year. But even with that, we still need to go through more barriers, like getting the approval from local governments and being accepted by residents. But it's not easy to get that. And when constructing a long transmission line, it takes about 8 to 9 years from planning till the completion of the line. And the latest line took 12.5 years to complete the construction, which was very long. So to resolve this issue, the government has adopted 3 special acts on energy in February of this year. So we have to wait and see whether these acts are effective. So carbon-free power, if we have more renewable energy In the past, we had fossil fuel like coal, and we had the full control over the power generation. But for renewable energy, we don't have that kind of flexibility. So the grid flexibility will be limited, and we have to find technological solution to overcome this flexibility issue. And in the past, our operating system, the power grid operating system, was very simple. Sometimes we had to get the peak load balanced out, but it was not that complicated. So we had just a SCADA system to operate the power grid. But now we need more advanced power grid. So just like Spain went through the massive blackout, if we don't advance our operating system, we might go through the same crisis. So we are currently constructing three systems for that. The first one is already installed in Gwangju, Jeonnam region. Inside the system, AI is also applied to advance the operation. When we have like disaster case, the grid system should be strong enough to withstand the disaster. And of course, there could be unexpected disaster happening, and that could lead to the destruction of the power grid, and that might lead to like months or weeks of blackout. So that is something we don't want. So that's why we also focus on resilience to enhance the strength of our grid system. From the AI perspective, how can we respond to these changes? The data center is like the representative part of the AI industry. And in the AI industry, there was the talk about using the data center in interactive way by using the AI. So we should find out ways to use more power when we have more power generated from renewable energy, and to reduce the power consumption when we are low on the energy generation. And for that kind of flexible operation, we also need to use AI. And professor talked about SMR, and there should be various power sources, including SMR, to have more power independence. And it's not just about power independence, but also supplying power on your own to feed it into the grid as well. So that the kind of co-prosperity or coexistence together with the grid should be the future direction. And by enhancing the efficiency of data center, we have to enhance the rationale of operating the power, the data center. So usually for like 10 gigawatt scale data center, it requires like 150 billion won of budget. And in there, if we have to install these trillion won, like few billion won of electrical connection, well, that budget itself is not that massive, but benefits coming from that would be greater. In current data centers, we already have like UPS and ESS, and we can utilize them from existing data center to connect them to the power grid to enhance the power supply flexibility. We are already discussing that with private sector companies. And Microsoft and these big techs, they are developing SMR, and we have signed contract with them to pursue more SMR development. And currently, there is Seoul data center being piloted in Jeonnam. It is like a scale of 2 nuclear plants, and we are doing the pilot there. On the right side of the slide, you see Google's data center. You see like an offshore wind farm, and it is supplying power to the data center, meaning that this data center has high energy independence. Here you can see the cooling technology and other technologies being advanced to enhance the energy efficiency of running the same data center. And you can see it in terms of the PUI. So I'll now wrap up my presentation. In power grid, people say that now we are faced with a crisis, but I think we can overcome this and find an opportunity. But for that, we have to achieve these three things. First, we have to acknowledge the environmental change. Many people mentioned this many times. From the power aspect, some people say that the climate change is not that serious. And AI, data center, some people say that they are not that widespread. But that is because you are from a different industry. You have different perspective. You don't feel it yet. So I think we need more scientific approach to be ready in more objective way. And second thing needed is the rapid response. Data center, they also want to come into the grid, but that kind of connection takes time. So should they just wait and do nothing until that happens? Of course, that's not the case. So there are great technologies that we can utilize. Of course, they are very expensive. That's why we are being very cautious in adopting the new technology. However, we might change our perception and use the bridge technology for some time until we find better solution. And the third is like interdisciplinary collaboration. So data center industry and the power industry, we need to meet more frequently and have discussion and should be willing to take risks, both sides, so that we can advance forward. Of course, this issue cannot be cleared 100%. But I believe that through the interdisciplinary collaboration, we can find better solution and create our blueprint for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So if you think about KEPCO, I just am just a mere user, a consumer of power that you provide to households. But don't you have like a huge deficit problem? It seems like there's no way to solve this issue. So, I feel like you don't even need to think about how to cut costs because the scale of deficit is just too big. Don't you think you need to kind of address this fundamental problem before going into any other areas? Sometimes I have a talk with my students, and it's really difficult to save energy and then use it later. That's why it's important to just kind of use it as it is produced. And what about like an IT business or energy management business so that you have like a whole entire power first and then like save the money and then use it later? But I think this is quite difficult. I think the fundamental problem is you're not charging the fair price for power. And now, I'm not blaming you. I don't think Team Lead Lee Jae-keol is going to solve this issue. But if you're going to really get serious about energy issues, I think you need to create a system where we can charge the fair price for the electricity and power. That's always in my mind. And I feel like media, you should kind of talk about this, no? Media? Why don't you share? Well, I'm not a representative of media in no way. I don't think I have the right authority, but I definitely agree with what you have shared. And we once had a survey related to how they perceive electricity price, and it seems like more than 50% said that they're willing to pay even if the electricity bill is going to go up. So maybe we need to make the right explanation, and then we should try to upcharge them fair so that they can get the fair price? Well, energy reduction activities, I don't think the company is trying to do that. Of course, maybe because industrial electricity price is too low. Why don't you ask ChatGPT to come up with a solution? If you think about global energy reduction industry a survey, I was able to look at all the results that I could pull from ChatGPT, and it's not like we didn't put any efforts, but what Korea did was either end consumer side and also maybe the production side, but it seems like the consumption, the consumer of power, they don't have enough capacity or capabilities to reduce the amount of electricity that they use. It seems like there should be a role of system integrator, like an SI, who can come and help them. Because think about POSCO, they want to cut 20% of energy consumption, and we need like an expertise who can come and help them. If you go to the very deep down, of course, the problem is that you're not charging fair price to either industry or consumers, but there should be some other ways where we can get some expertise to reduce the amount of electricity. And some people, when you're trying to build like grid lines or transmission lines, everyone says, "Oh, I don't want it in my yard." And in this kind of sentiment, how can we even go ahead with policy and administrative work? We need to talk about this, bring up this issue so that this transmission or power grid building can benefit everyone in our society. Maybe it's not Microsoft who needs to do this or initiate this. What about the journalist? What do you think? Well, I'm not a journalist per se, but as you have mentioned, Professor, we have to have an attitude of jointly solving such problems, and we should be able to overcome our own ideology. We have to come up with a practical or alternative as a media outlet, for sure. Yes.
So related to the power issue of the AI, we had discussion about the reliability. The AI companies and AI research countries, they don't have any trust. So that is like a big concern. So because of that lack of trust, weaknesses of the AI is not shared or disclosed. It was covered in the media a few days ago. So if we do have the trust, and if like one company has created a massive LLM and others can share it, maybe pay some fee that would be appropriate, of course, that would be great. However, what is happening is different countries are trying to develop their own AI. If that happens, it's like a massive investment, so I don't think they will have the ROI. Like we all talk about the sovereign right and just focus on their own development. So the trust, I think, is the key. We need to have trust. And in Korea, another key issue is that we need to have it onshore, all the data onshore. We cannot take them overseas due to a privacy issue. And because of this law, there is nothing that we can do. Like public servants, also they need to strictly abide by this rule. So to do the AI better, of course, power grid is an issue, but another thing needed is to build trust among stakeholders. Anybody who would agree with my point? Yes, we are doing a global business at Microsoft, and actually doing a business in Korea is not easy because, as you mentioned, of course, the reasons are as you mentioned. But to have trust, we need transparency. But in the national system operation or like security issues, how transparent Korea is, well, that's something that we need to think about. And in the previous presentation, what was very impressive was whether it is the technology or data or the operation method, transparency is important, and finding efficiency based on the transparency would really help us as a nation. Well, one thing to add,
클라우드 그래가지고 이제 컴퓨터를 멀리 놓고 쓰는 거 그것을 조금 전까지
well,
쓰겠어요.
due to
보안의 문제가
privacy or security issues, people had concerns about putting the cloud, using the cloud system. People were really worried about the security side. I have argued for a long time that we can trust it, but it took a very long time to get it to be used in Korea. There is a question from the floor. Maybe somebody can pass the microphone to the gentleman here.
안녕하세요. 저는 뭐 기후와
Hello, everybody. As a person who majored in meteorology and climate change, I had a great expectation from KEPCO's presentation. That's why I decided to stay till the end. I agree with what you said about power grid, but if you look at energy supply, renewable energy portion is what you talked about. And if you look at if you listen to the ones who belong to renewable energy, KEPCO is trying to eliminate the salt farms in the Jeonnam area. You wanted to build PV farms, and the participants there who gave up their land is regretting a lot. So if I listen to their story, the PV produced energy is light energy, and wind farms energy is wind energy. And if you look at Korea's condition, PV is not really productive. I believe wind power is not really efficient because our wind flow is quite seasonal. There's no one directional wind. And if you look at wind farms in Taegwanryong, they don't really produce that much energy. So what kind of plans do you have to supply large amount of energy when all these data centers to be built are going to require much larger power volume? What's your policy? What is your initiative? Can you answer that question? I don't think you can answer that question. Well, I'll try my best.
다 아시지만 이게 그 연구소에 있는
Well, as you know, engineering team lead is not someone who can answer the question. But if you think about where I'm from, I went to Texas Austin from Grand Canyon. So when I was almost to Texas Austin, there is a big desert. There's so much sun, and there's so much wind in the United States. When I was going through that desert, I was like, okay, this is the right place for PV and also wind farms. But if you think about Korea, where's sun? There's always cloud, and do we have so much wind? No, it's very short lived. That's how it works in Korea. So it seems like this is not a political issue, so maybe we shouldn't kind of talk about it. But what I'm thankful is that the central government, the new government, is interested in renewable energy. So let's look forward to what change they can bring to our table.
예, 저는 그 한국에너지공사
I'm from Korea Energy Agency. My name is Shin Muna, and the three presentations were really insightful. I have a question and some comment.
질문을 안 해주셔도 좋은데 그 세 분께
Well, I have one question to each panelist.
연구위원님
To
말씀과 관련해서 언론의
Ms. Jin, the role of journalists.
발표하신 거랑
Well, maybe it has nothing to do with your presentation, or maybe it has to do with your presentation.
기후위기 대응하기
Well, responding to climate crisis, we are trying to go net zero, and to do that, To achieve it, companies need to have like a sustainable production, but consumers, they also need to have sustainable consumption.
그러기 위해서는 우리 소비자들이
And from that aspect, consumers to have sustainable consumption behavior, the role of the government is important, but also the role of the media and the role of civil society are very important, because if the government is taking the initiative, it might not be well received because they want the civil society led by the civilians. So from your aspect, from your perspective, what should be the future direction of the Korea media or Korea journalism to spearhead that change? And to the NTO, Ms. Shin, Microsoft, you mentioned that you are trying to have the zero carbon, including nuclear.
그러면 실제로 우리 한국 세계적인 그러니까 국제적으로 이제
Internationally,
마이크로소프트사하고 이제 무역 거래가 있는
there are companies who are working together with Microsoft, like partners to Microsoft, and there are some in Korea. And for these companies, do you demand them to have like RE100 or anything that you require them to do in terms of the carbon zero? Yes, we are a member of the RE100. There are scope 1, 2, and 3. And scope 3, actually, it is about the partner and supplier ecosystem. So we request partners to meet certain standard. So they are required to go carbon zero. So if my company want to work with Microsoft, you request them to go carbon zero and RE100, yes. So RE100, it's not like it's something you have to do immediately, but can be done in 10 years or 20 years. And the gentleman from Capco said that about 60% or more of Korea's power is coming from fossil fuel, meaning that companies, even if they want to go RE100, they can just do it up to 30% or 40%. So practically, it's not easy for companies to go full RE100. To achieve RE100, as you mentioned, well, actually, the true renewable energy is coming from just like 10% of the composition. So about 90% is still a polluting power source. So it's hard for companies to achieve scope 3 carbon-free business. And Korean companies, even if they don't want it, if they want to work together with global companies, they need to find some clean energy source. So one task that we have in Korea and for the Korean government is to find how we can source clean energy to achieve RE100. And Mr. Lee from Capco, I understand that achieving RE100 is very important, and from IAEA by 2035, AI data center will be emitting about 500 million tons of additional CO2, but it will be also reducing like 1.5 billion tons of CO2. So if you just add them up, then in net it will lead to like 1 billion metric ton of less CO2 emission total. So it means that different countries should come up with their ways to use the AI for predictive analysis and predictive operation of the power system, and the power supply and demand should be better balanced to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. So at the Korea Energy Agency, we are operating the so-called Green Button project to make Korean companies, including like manufacturing sites, to adopt more efficient use of power. So I think AI will play a pivotal role in achieving that efficiency in the future. So anything that you want to add, Ms. Jin?
Well, because there were so many good questions received, I just would like to briefly talk about what role media can play for a greener future utilizing AI. If you think about 2021, 2022, there was a facilitation of climate crisis media coverage, but in the recent few years, that volume of media coverage reduced significantly, not just quantitatively, but also when it comes to the quality. But because if you talk to journalists who are actually working in the industry, they said that the newsroom is not really interested in that agenda. However, on the contrary, if you look at the users, the consumers of the media, they are quite interested in climate change news. And the reason why they are interested in it because they want to understand how they can act on to mitigate climate crisis. They want to learn ways to prevent climate crisis from happening. Of course, we can't expect like a short-term result right away from Korean media, but at least I think media coverage should focus on providing information on what little things citizens can do daily lives, and they should also focus on monitoring the authority of the government and different actors when it comes to their behavior to participate in climate crisis. And many of the users and consumers say that they don't see as much climate coverage, so meaning we need to ramp up the volume and the quality of climate coverage. So one time I remember talking to a expert, and she said, we are basically like an egg rolling on a table. We don't know when we're going to be shattered. And of course, I'm not saying you should stoke the urgency all the time, but at least we can focus on what are a number of ways to properly respond to climate crisis, and media should participate in that, and they should show that media is interested in that, and they should also share options and methodologies. Thank you so much. I know that we're almost time. Please think of it as your closing remark and share what you want to share to the audience. Yeah, I received a question and I was thinking how to properly answer that question. To be honest, I'm not a decision maker when it comes to what policy we need to adopt at KEPCO, but technically speaking, all the issues that you mentioned are correct. The level of efficiency is something that we need to carry out in-depth analysis about, but that is why we need to make sure that we don't rely on one power source. We have to come up with a way to reach optimal energy mix. That is why the keyword of energy mix and optimal energy mix was mentioned in many different events. And as the Korea Energy Corporation has shared with us, in the past we only focus on our role of power grid and transmission, but I feel like the demand side has to play a bigger role. I don't think we can like technology to provide this technology to all the end consumers, but at least focus on large scale electricity consumers and demand side. They should they should think about what role they can play. We can make sure that we have the AI sovereignty as we collaborate with those important actors. Thank you so much for the last comment. Would you like to say? No? Okay, so I'm going to close today. I'm not an expert, as I said from the beginning, but here I was able to study many different important points, and especially because I am interested in AI, because we have to use so much power to AI data centers, it seems like we need to focus on research areas, how we can utilize AI to use less energy. You talked about how 1 billion ton of carbon emissions were going to be made. And even in our household, when we live our daily lives, we need to make sure that we put the right efforts. If you think about artificial intelligence, what AI is great about is coming up with those small ideas. And we don't even need to talk to experts. Even a high schooler can just think, oh, this is what I did, a little trick here and there in my house, and it seems like I use less energy. And you can gather the data utilizing computer to optimize your energy management, and even like a high schooler can do this work. That is why let's make sure that everyone is aware of this. I don't know much about the government. It seems like the Korean government is very infamous for not keeping the promises. And whenever they fail to keep promises, our results and achievements go down. So the government should play a role of raising public awareness to reduce carbon emission and implement different measures in our daily lives to help mitigate carbon crisis. And another thing I want to talk about is energy reduction and energy efficiency. Those two things could be an industry itself. Especially utilizing AI technology, energy reduction solution can be a business, and that business can be exported to other countries and other industries, and that can be a big commercial achievement and result. So don't just simply criticize AI. It could be a great boon to what we would like to achieve. So this is everything that I have prepared. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for your participation. Thank you, moderator and panelists, for engaging in such a fruitful discussion. So we talked about the false information, disinformation of climate crisis in the earlier session. And in this session, we were able to realize that technology itself could serve as a leadership in addressing climate issues. Thank you very much. This is the conclusion of today's event. I hope that you remain to have a hopeful future for a greener and brighter environment for everybody in the globe. To thank all of your participation, we have prepared a little souvenir. Amarant's Corporation came up with a gift. 3 types of body healing set is going to be provided to all participants. You might be able to feel relaxed using the product, so please take a gift as you go out of the venue. Thank you so very much. And this is the end of the 2025 Climate Energy Summit Seoul 2025. I promise you that we'll be back with a better content next year. I hope to give interest and stay tuned for upcoming events. Thank you. This has been Min Young Park.